Facebook profile pages. We can find us through Mlimani TV official. And my name is Nyamguma Mahmoud. Welcome to this last day of the 14th East African Communication Association Conference, which are hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, the School of Journalism and Mass Communication. And here I'm with Professor Karen Edstrong together with Ulamaya Kavikoro. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning.
How are you?
It's an impressive conference. Before this African Communication Association, there was another continental-wide association called African Council for Communication Education, which unfortunately did not work and it was not sustainable. Continental-wise organizations do not survive easily. Therefore, it fell down, and instead regional associations or sub-regional associations emerged, including this very viable EACA.
You have been participated on all 3 days of this conference here in Dar es Salaam. How do you see the conference and the progressive?
Well, it looks like any scientific conference around the world, and a lot of papers, varied topics, and quite serious scientific approach.
I have a question to you concerning the new emerging technology of artificial intelligence. I know and we appreciate your effort on this communication field, and you have did a great job, everyone knows. But what is your comment concerning the emerging of artificial intelligence, and what is the potential benefit and risk in the communication?
Well, it's still an open question. There are both potentials and risks involved, and one doesn't quite know. It's soul-searching period at this time. But I and my wife, we appealed in our keynote speech that people should not rush after fashionable topics and novelties always, but should be very wary and take an in-depth look at the phenomena such as AI.
Professor Ulamaya, can you brief a little bit on how African media can adopt this new emerging technology of AI in order to ensure that communication and media have been working successfully by reflecting the social realities?
It's impossible to give a sort of straight answer for that, and I think the situation varies a lot in different places, but it should be remembered that the most important is still human communication, the things which human beings relay. Of course, the communication technology is needed to spread the messages, but obviously it's so that in certain aspects the African media jump over certain period which we still struggle with, but on the other side, I like my husband, I feel that it's a bit dangerous to sort of jump into all the new things and novelties and not to see that the most important thing still is human communication.
So, by finishing, what should African media organizations and government should do, or to enact some policies and laws that they can enable to regulate this emerging technology in order to be not to harming the community, but to be sustainable?
Well, it should emphasize the human aspect of facilitating technologies, including AI, and it should give in-depth, reflective time for journalism and media education. So it's important for academic institutions to pursue these things, but it should be done in a very serious and, in a way, slow way, not to rush too much after the fashions.
Thank you so much, Prof, and wish you all the best on the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to Dar es Salaam.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That's the Professor Karen Ed Strong together with his wife, Professor Ulamaya Kavikuru, and we have our own version from the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, one among of the people who have been going to present in the field, and we have a very special insight from him, and we want to hear from him. Brother, welcome so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine.
We are very honored to have our own version from School of Journalism to be able to participate in this conference, the 14th EACA conference in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. What's your name first? People we want to know what's your name and what do you take in the bachelor degrees?
Okay, my name is Jackson Gilbert from University of Dar es Salaam, School of Journalism and Mass Communication. I'm a graduate now, just waiting for the graduation. I pursued BA in journalism, so I'm here to gain some insights so that I can learn from other experiences, professors, doctors, and other scholars.
This conference, we found this conference was very impactful for all 3 days, and now we are in the last days. And in case we want to know, you are among of the youngest, youngest scholar, or we can say that the youngest presenter in this conference here in Dar es Salaam. How do you find yourself? How excitement you are to be here?
I'm very excited because this is not a simple work. As you remember that the convener just explained it that they received a lot of articles, more than 200 abstracts. So I am a part and parcel of this discussion. So I'm very, very glad because this is not simple work. So I just wanted to extend my gratitude to all of my teachers, specifically to my supervisor, Dr. Edgar Ngalela. So I'm very happy at all. I'm so happy, and I'm very excited to be here. Yeah.
So what are you going to present on about?
Okay, I'm going to present about the topic, which is promotion of boxing in Tanzania, an assessment of boxing stakeholders toward boxing stakeholders' perceptions toward establishing of the devoted boxing channel. Yeah, that's
what the problem you find in that angles as motivate you to conduct that research, and what's are the potential benefit of the research concerning the trendings of boxing nowadays in Tanzania and Africa?
That's a very good question. Now, boxing is one of the sport which receive high attention to Tanzanian people. So, according to my respondent, they responded that after count down football as the best sport in Tanzania, the next sport is boxing. So based on that perception, it is very important to have our own channel so that we can promote our boxing. As far as I can just quote something, because we have introduced a dedicated channel for comedy only, Chekatu Plus. We have also dedicated channel for Bongo Movie, which is Cinema Zetu. Why not to have a boxing channel? And we have a lot of medias, we have a lot of channels, so it is very important to have boxing channel. I think this is what drives me to have this particular study, and I think this project so far.
We'll find you later after the presentation and wish you all the best in the conference.
Thank you very much. I wish you all the best too.
Yeah, this is Jackson Gilbert from the University of Dar es Salaam, the youngest presenter in this EACA conference here, and we have another guest here. Welcome, madam.
Hi.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's your name and where do you come from?
Okay, my name is Gigi Faustin Mabula. My name is Gigi Faustin Mabula, and I am a master's student at School of Journalism and Mass Communication. Yes, pursuing MA in Mass Communication. What's up?
So look to the camera.
Okay.
So I want to know, you are among the presenter or you in this conference?
No, I'm not among the presenters.
Okay, how do you find the conference, the EACA for the 14th EACA conference in Dar es Salaam?
Okay, actually it's a very fascinating situation. I mean, the whole scenery, you know, the whole preparation, and I've actually gained a lot from this conference. Yeah, I've been able to network. I've been able to network with people from different cultures. You know, I mean, I'm able to understand our African context in the media context, and I've also been able to get the general image. You know, the general image of media by 2035. By 2035, yeah. So yeah, a lot. I've learned a lot actually.
What's so special you find in this 14th EACA conference in Dar es Salaam?
Oh, actually the numbers, you know, different people from 25 countries, yeah. So the numbers I can say, and also there is a lot of, you know, there is a lot of content that one is able to get. You know, you're able to understand stuff in depth. Like, I was fascinated by one research actually. I think it was a Ghanaian doctor, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, she actually talked about how we can use proverbs instead of theories, you know, to teach media. Like, instead of just using the Gutenberg's theory, I don't know, the communication theory, I mean agenda setting theory and all that, we can actually use proverbs. Yeah. So I found that very interesting.
Did this conference help you to gain new thing in your communication fields? And if so, what's are the potential use of that new knowledge you gained from this conference?
Okay, actually, yeah, I've gained a lot. I'm a master's student, as I said, so I've also gained insights on how to attempt my research because I'm just in the beginning of my research proposal. So I foresee to also be able to take my presentation or my research to those international levels, you know, you understand, yeah. So I've gained a lot from my research. I've also gained a lot from gaining a different perspective of media. You know, I only knew more stuff about Tanzania, but I've also gained stuff about Mauritius, for example, the use of Creole, South Africa, different countries, yeah.
So I wish you all the best in the
Thank you so much.
To
Next year, I'm sure I'll be among the presenters.
Thank you. That is the Jeffrey, the student from the University of Dar es Salaam. We have our own doctor. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, you?
Yesterday, once you present, I was so excited to see you one among of the presenter. What type of sport journalist, sports presenter in African continent and especially here in Tanzania?
Yeah, just like as I presented yesterday, you know, before I loaded my paper, I did a lot of research that historically the role of sport journalists, particularly women, in involving in sport landscape. There was a lot of challenge back from the 1960s. But there have been several changes from 1960s, 1970s to the end of the 20th centuries. There has been an increase of women participating in sport reporting. However, the number are still very low, particularly in Africa. For those developed countries, I think they are kind of they have achieved a very advanced stage. But for us in Africa, in this case in Tanzania, the number of female sport journalists are still very low.
So do you see that we can improve how women sport journalists are taken in African media, especially in Tanzania, and what are the potential benefits to women to involve directly or engaged in this sport field?
Yeah, sport field are very potential, particularly in Tanzania. You see nowadays we have a lot of changes in the sport landscape. Well, we have a lot of media covering sport. We have a lot of journalists being participating in sport. So women are the part of our society. They need to also be engaged. And then involving women in sport reporting, I think is very crucial in this area because it's one of the way of improving increase their balancing, the gender balance, but also bringing opportunity to them as a part of their economic, but also social development and all the thing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dano Sishengo.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the conference.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Dr. Dano Sishengoma, one among of the scholars from the University of Dar es Salaam, and we are very honored to have our own version from the School of Journalism and Mass Communication. Also, as we told you, in the first day we have more than 300 participants from all over 20 countries across the globe. And we have a very insightful, very engaging, and we have a very excitement scholars and presentation research. You have another guest here. Madam, good morning.
Good morning, how you doing?
I'm fine. What's the name and where do you come from?
My name is Tsebisa Kwebulana and I'm from South Africa, from the University of Zululand.
From South Africa, University of Zulu?
Yes, Zululand.
Zululand?
Yes.
Okay. How do you find Dar es Salaam?
The people here are very friendly, it's hot, and it's a place, yeah, it's very good.
Have you presented?
Yes, I presented yesterday.
What's topic about?
It was about how South African media represents xenophobia.
Present? How the South African media?
Represents xenophobic attacks.
Xenophobic text. And you are the one who presented concerning the foreign people in South Africa?
Yes.
What makes you to make that such kind of presentation?
Well, I was a bit scared to come here and present that, but it's notable that South Africa has a xenophobic problem, so we must try and find ways to eliminate the attacks, because they happen yearly and for like more or the same reason, so we need to find ways to end them because they are a pandemic.
So what do you think that African media should adopt in order to ensure that the coverage of xenophobia, especially in these African countries, sub-Saharan African countries, are reported accurately, and they can improve or they can help to eradicate or to eliminate this kind of problem in our African countries?
I think what we need to do is, okay, firstly, the government needs to educate people. And also, there needs to be more job opportunities, because one of the reasons why we have xenophobic attacks in South Africa, it's because people are competing for next to none opportunities. So they are frustrated. They think that the foreign nationals are taking the jobs from them, while in actual reality, that is not true. There are no jobs in South Africa. That is the actual truth. But we as media people, we need to be objective. That's what we do. Right? So even if we report on those stories, we need not to pick sides, because what my study found was South African media tends to represent foreigners in known stereotypes. So yeah, we need to get rid of that and just represent them based on what is happening, not based on what they are known for and what their nationality is. And we must not have that us versus them narrative that is currently going on.
One among of the role of the media is to ensure that they promote human rights and protect human dignity. How can you give a little bit experience concerning your study and the real situation in South Africa on how South African media work hard in order to promote human rights and also to protect human dignity? So sorry.
Yeah. What is happening? Okay, South African media has laws, and within those laws, we need to protect. Okay, if you are reporting on someone and that person happens to die during the attacks, you will not publish the picture nor the details of the person before the family is alerted. So that is how we're trying to protect the dignity of the deceased, I mean. And also, yes, xenophobic attacks are bad, but what most people do not know is during these attacks, most South Africans die. Yes, and because people mistaken them for like foreign nationals. In South Africa we have 9 different provinces, and in those provinces people do not look really the same. So the north provinces, people do look like they are not from South Africa, and then they get attacked during those attacks, and they are the one who die the most. But South African media, when it comes to respecting other people's dignity, they do respect the dignity, and they do try to promote human rights, because they usually say that everyone has a right to life, everyone has a right to be safe in South Africa. Therefore, they report on the attacks, but they do try to say people must stop attacking foreigners. They do say people must stop attacking foreigners. Yes, however, there seems to be a bit of a problem. That is why I'm conducting the study, and that is why that is what I'm trying to uncover and improve in the South African media.
Thank you so much, madam, and wish you all the best in the conference.
Thank you.
Welcome to Tanzania.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is one among of the presenters who have been presenting concerning the xenophobia in South Africa, and we have a very insightful, very grateful presentation. And what's important is the South African media. Its need to promote human rights and dignity. Well, that's why makes hard to conduct such kind of the study. And as usual, I have another guest here. And welcome, madam.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine.
Hi,
Welcome to Tanzania.
Thank you very much.
What's the name and where do you come from?
Nelson Mandela University, you will never forget.
Nelson Mandela University.
Yes, in Gqeberha in Port Elizabeth, the old name, South Africa.
Okay. How do you find Dar es Salaam, by the way? First.
It's not my first time. I was here 30 years ago when I got my doctorate. I climbed Kilimanjaro because I was a tourist, and then it's a lovely country.
You plan to go to Zanzibar?
I've already been in 30 years ago, and so I don't need to go. I want to explore Dar es Salaam tomorrow.
To explore Dar es Salaam.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever presented in a topic or study?
Numbers, lots of it. What specifically?
Conference, I mean?
Yes, I presented my student's paper. He's doing a study on representation of Zulu indigenous knowledge through Facebook communications by the youth and the gatekeepers. So it is a really groundbreaking study because the young generation is very strongly on social media, they think that indigenous knowledge is sort of outdated. And then there's a segment of the population who's interested and who wants to grow their indigenous knowledge, so to catch up on what they lost through the colonial processes. And I think that's a really, really nice study.
So what's make you to conduct such kind of the study, and what are the potential benefit for African media concerning your study?
It's his choice. He chose the topic. He is a young Zulu man, and he comes from the community whom he was interviewing. He did the entire interviews in Zulu, which is great because it's in their mother tongue, so there's no alienation. And because he's one of them in terms of his experiences, he knows what to ask for and so on. And I think what is important is that we recognize we are not just modern. We have many identities. We have a grown identity from our family, our indigenous identity, whatever you want to call it. We also have an identity that we've chosen through our life, and we have an identity as professionals. And I think with his study, Tabani's basically looked at how this multiple identity can actually move forward and share that indigenous knowledge through social media and through communication on social media with a participatory kind of discourse.
One among of the role of the media, especially mainstream media, is to ensure that they make equal representation of gender and the fight against the gender-based violence. Through your study, do you think that social media can play that role, and what are the steps should be taken in order to ensure that people who are consuming social media and have capability to share their information, their insight in social media and through their indigenous languages and indigenous group, they can be able to join forces in the issues concerning the GBV and to ensure that human rights are being protected?
I think the empowerment of the generation that was born with the internet and that was born with social media is that they are not as intimidated as the previous generations in terms of speaking out. We see, especially I think as a lecturer of South African students, the young women are very outspoken and they're very strong in their opinions, and I think that's a good thing. And it also forces the male participants in such discourses, who are also young people, to take them seriously. So I think we've been fortunate in that they have the tools and they have the guts, the willingness to actually challenge those old values. The specific study that my student was doing wasn't really in that line. It's basically an awareness of social media and indigenous knowledge. But I think the gender-based identities, they're part of that identity. Because as a person who has a particular traditional heritage and a modern identity, that person is automatically already empowering themselves by role modeling.
Thank you so much,
You're
madam.
most welcome. Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you.
Welcome to Tanzania once again.
Thank you.
This is one among of the guests and the presenter who have been here to participate the 14th EACA conference here in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. And we have a very insightful how young people can utilize social media and to promote the indigenous group. And we have another guest here, and we wish to hear from her. Welcome, madam.
Thank you.
What's the name and where do you come from?
My name is Priva Mukasa. I'm from Uganda.
From Uganda. Well, how do you find Dar es Salaam?
Very beautiful, especially this campus here. I wish I could live here.
What's so special do you find?
Well, I feel like you have a lot of space to work, but also when you're an academician, you want to live in a place where you breathe well, feel comfortable, and you're able to expose yourself to, beautiful people like you here.
Have you ever presented any topic or any study?
Yes, I did at this
conference?
Yes, I did. Yeah. Yes.
What's it all about?
So my study is on artificial intelligence. AI.
Imaging technology.
Yes. Yeah. And I'm looking at how we can leverage the technologies in managing crises. And I'm looking at COVID-19 in my study. Yeah.
Do you think that we journalists and media practitioners have a lot of knowledge or knowledge that can facilitate them to utilize this emerging technology of AI to ensure that they reflect the human realities?
I think we do, given, we are the people who set the agenda for what the public, get to hear, get to listen to. They make informed decisions based on what we do. So how we leverage technology and inform people using the technology, I think we do have a great potential in that, but it's upon us as journalists to take that forth and say we are going to use new media to give information that is accurate instead of misinforming people on the platforms that have been abused already by people.
One among of the presentations that have been made yesterday concerning the artificial intelligence is issues concerning the deepfake and misinformation and disinformation of content. As we know, the AI can make a user-generated content and in one way or another can affect it can harm the community, especially when it's come to women harassment and such kind of that, the defamation also. So what we as a media organization, government should do in order to ensure that special policies and regulation have been stated in order to regulate this artificial intelligence when it's come to the news and the dissemination of information.
Right. I think it comes back to us as journalists. Before even we wait for the government to be the gatekeepers, we have the responsibility as the fourth estate to disseminate information that's helpful to people. So even before we wait for the government to come and set regulations, I think we are the best gatekeepers that can do that. And the best way we can do this is working with them, not as people who are suppressing us to disseminate the right information, but in how do we set the agenda instead of pushing for conflict-based information, but for information that delivers peace to the people, but that we look at also issue-based information and also disseminating information that looks at creating peace resolutions among individuals. I think that's the best way, but again, when it comes to controlling and policies, I believe the best policies are the ones that we set as journalists, that we are the first gatekeepers before we even let the government set rules that are going to probably seem as if they're suffocating us.
So further training, what's your opinion? Do you think that further training to journalists concerning the consuming of AI is needed?
I do believe so. I think we assume that we know how we can use AI, but when you listen to the different presentations, you realize that we've either abused AI or we think that we know how to use it, but also there's a great potential because every day there's something new. So how do you use that and avoid issues that are there, the deep fake and all this misinformation that is out there. So I do believe there is a great potential for people to learn. And
thank you so much. Welcome to Tanzania.
Thank you. You're welcome.
That is all very brightest, very insightful to have such kind of presentation. People have been talking a lot concerning the artificial intelligence, and they view artificial intelligence in different perspective. And it can be one among of the topic that have been discussed a lot in this 14th EACA conference. We have another guest here, and we are going to hear from him. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
What's your name and where do you come from?
My name is Terje Skjerdal. I come from Norway. The flag is right here behind us.
Welcome to Tanzania.
Thank you very much.
First time you have ever been here, Tanzania?
It's my second time in Dar es Salaam. So, but it's been many years since I was here last time. So this has been really great.
Okay. Have you ever make any presentation of topic or any study? This conference?
Yes, I have. My specialty is Ethiopian journalism, and I presented on the conflicting identities of Ethiopian journalists. You know, in Ethiopia the press situation improved a lot some years ago, and then I've been looking into how that actually affects media content. But it turns out that even if the policy environment changes, the content stays the same. It's kind of a loyalty journalism where the affiliated outlets to the government will stay close to the authorities. So that continues despite the improvement that was in press freedom. But of course now the press freedom situation has turned worse in Ethiopia. So that's what I presented on 2 days ago on Wednesday.
What's so special does motivate you and make you inspired you to have such kind of research, and what are the potential benefit to African media and media organization as well?
Well, for me, this conference, the EACA conference, is a tremendous meeting point, you know, with researchers from not just from one country, but from all these different countries in the region. So it's a very big contribution to the connection of researchers in the area. And in fact, I've been to most of the EACA conferences before. I've only missed one, so I've been to almost all of them before. And
Congratulations.
There was one actually that was online during the pandemic, but I also attended that one. And then there was one that was cancelled. So in fact, it does say the 14th conference, but the reality is that it's the 13th. There is an error in the counting because we were missing one during the pandemic.
So can you give experience in the communication and concerning your study, what the government should do in order to ensure the press freedom to journalists, and we have accurate reporting concerning the area with the conflict, as we know, you mentioned Ethiopia and something like that. So what should the government and the media organization should do in order to ensure that the press freedom is one among of the pillars that guide us in our work?
I think that the situation is quite similar between many of the countries. You have a government-affiliated press like you do here in Tanzania, but also in the other countries. But of course, some countries would be more free, like Kenya. But even if you have strong outlets that would be closer to the power, there is still a certain leeway to do journalism as it should be, and that's one of the big messages I have in my research and in my work, is that the journalists need to be more courageous in performing professional journalism, even if they are under different types of pressure in their news organizations.
So welcome in Tanzania once again. And
thank you so much.
Do you plan to go to Zanzibar?
Unfortunately, I have teaching obligations back home in Norway, so I'll have to leave this afternoon. But I would love to go to Zanzibar. It will have to be next time.
Okay, welcome. Thank you. Welcome so much. That is one among of the scholars from Norway have been presented on issues concerning what is going on in Ethiopia, and we have another guest here. We are going to hear from her and have some insightful from her. Good morning, madam.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm great, and I'm very happy to be with you here.
Great, amiga. Also, I'm happy to be here.
Okay. Yeah. So, where do you come from?
My name is Catherine Muhatia, and I come from Nairobi, Kenya.
From Nairobi, Kenya.
Yes.
Have you ever presented in this conference?
Yes, I did. I did my presentation day one.
Okay.
Yes, and all went well. I'm happy I presented the
Day
paper.
of activation.
Exactly.
What are you presenting about?
Well, my paper was on the absorption or adaptation of artificial intelligence in the production of news in private universities in Kenya. So it's about training and just adoption of new technology, which is artificial intelligence.
I think most of the people in this conference have been presented concerning the AI. What's the problem, or what's the potential benefit have you scholars you see in the AI?
It's not really the benefit, it's that we have to move with the pace. We do not have a choice. So as researchers, as people also who are training upcoming journalists, we really need these programs in our universities. So that is why then there's a lot of AI in almost all of our presentations. Yeah.
Where do you see the gap?
The gap is in us, especially not embracing new technology, and then when people go to the field, you realize that this is what is happening globally. So we would not want to be left behind. We do not want to play the catch-up game. We want everybody to be at par, that when you're getting into the field, you already know what is happening, all right? It would be very sad if we are training people and we're not at par with what the rest of the world is doing. Hence, artificial intelligence.
As we told you, that we have more than 300 participants from all over the world. in the sub-Saharan countries.
Yeah, I can say that most African countries are under the control of the government, authoritarian government. So the digital space are very important for the people to reflect their views. However, if it is becoming under the control of a certain group, then we will not have a good platform to express our ideas freely. So the implication is so worst. People couldn't get the mainstream media to reflect, and when it comes to the social media is controlled by certain groups, the consequence will be so worst. So we need to work to liberalize the social media environment, if possible, the mainstream media. But unless the social media is becoming very liberal, free from certain groups, and the information should be shared in a very civilized way. If not, we will be in danger. By the way, I also presented a paper on how the social media is being used by the government, specifically the influencers, the government, the politicians. They are sharing hate speech these days in order to just to promote their own power. So I just realized that a deliberate spin of hate speech in African countries, specifically in Ethiopia, is clearly seen. Then this is the main interest of the government or the people in the power. They want to sustain in the power by dehumanizing, alienating, and discriminating some groups. When I say some groups, some liberal groups which are competing for power. So they are discommunicating, then they are sharing hate speech just to sustain their power. So it's a very bad thing in the current.
By finalizing, do you think that how young people and journalists can be innovative and creative enough to utilize social media so as to ensure that they liberate themselves and they have such freedom of press and freedom of expression to share their ideas and to show the social realities in our communities?
Yeah, and they should focus on two most important things. Use are the most disprivileged people at this moment, I can say. The elites, the politicians, the governments, they are controlling the power. At the same time, they are controlling the media. So they should be very creative in using the social media. The first thing, they should be very critical of some issues when they write, when they reflect, in a very ethical and civilized way. The first one. The second one, they should be more ethical, more responsible. And they should work on revealing some, false information, disinformation in a way to be very helpful to the site. So they should strengthen themselves. They should be very ethical and professional, and they should be very critical when they reflect that there should, then the use will be privileged.
Thank you so much, sir. Welcome
Thank
to
you.
Tanzania.
Thank you.
Have you planned to visit Zanzibar?
Of course, of course. I'm very excited and I'm looking forward to visit Zanzibar. This is my first time in Tanzania and Zanzibar, so I hope I will enjoy it.
Wish you all the best and welcome once again, sir.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Good job.
This is the one among of the presenters from this 14th EACA conference here in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and we have very brightest mind from all over the world, across the globe. They have been discussed issues concerning the AI, concerning climate change, GBV, concerning issues that have been discussed on gender representation, concerning the xenophobia. We have been discussed issue about the public health. We have been discussed issues concerning how we can improve this media, and other themes say Africa and the global media and in the media and the global communication. How we can improve these issues, how we can improve, how we can make this to be the media can be one among the tools of development and sustainability. Issues concerning how media reflected the sustainable development goals, issues how but the media reflected the social realities have been discussed, and we have a lot of insightful, a lot of greatest mind, a lot of things that have been done, a lot of issues, a lot of discussion. So we are here and we want to go to see the day 3 of the EACA conference here in Dar es Salaam has been gone, and we have to look forward to this EACA conference. Welcome to the conference, and wish you all the best.
Can you try this one?
But can we also get another mic because they'll be responding at the same time? You'll have to take that first. Okay, so as explained, we start with the first segment that is basically looking at the benefits of exploring AI in public relations and communications. And so we're just going to have a nice chat up here, and either of you could jump in anytime. Like really nice chat, very relaxed. So my first question to you guys would be, the benefits. What are the primary benefits of employing AI in public relations and communications in Africa? So I believe, Lottie, you would like to talk about the increased efficiency, productivity, and cost effectiveness.
Thank you so much, Dr. Leah. Yeah, first of all, the importance of employing the artificial intelligence to our industry, especially communications, public relations, whatever you're doing. It increases the efficiency of doing our work. For instance, whether you are trying to, in terms of writings, in terms of communicating on time. Let's take an example. You know, the parent company of Meta, WhatsApp, has introduced AI features, which definitely can help us even to reach more audiences in terms of communications. So if the AI, the AI features can be used in a very proper way, in a very positive way, that means we, the communications industry, can reach even more the audience that we have, the targeted audience that we have, either students, the industry practitioners, at real time, but you cannot even waste your time meeting your goals when you are doing the PR campaign.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Now, how about the personalization and targeted communication? Can Sabra respond to that?
Yes, thank you, Leah, and good morning, everyone. AI is being used in different ways, but in our practical work as day-to-day public relations and communications professionals, I think its benefit at the moment would be better used as a brainstorming tool. You draft your plan or your ideas, and then you put it into AI and look for anything that you may have missed. You actually write your speech and write your press release, and then see if there's anything else that might be added. But if you depend on putting your information into an AI tool, or if whatever you ask it is what's going to bring out. So what you input is going to be brought back to you. Yeah. Unfortunately, with AI, it has a tendency to make up some things. It's almost like templates because it's very generic. So that personalization is what is missing. It's almost robotic. I can look at an article and immediately I know that this is an AI-generated document. So it misses that personalization. So how can we make use of AI by including information that's actually going to benefit us and that we can add to it? You know, what's the voice? As people who write most of the time, we write speeches, but we all have a different voice in how we speak and address an audience. So AI is not going to give us that, but maybe it can help us enhance what we already have. So I think that's one of the...
So what you're trying to say is that we should start and then AI should just enhance.
Yes.
It doesn't work the other way around, like AI writes and then you enhance.
No, we should be the ones to do the heavy lifting because we are the ones who know our audience. We are the ones who know our projects and our programs and our campaigns. We can't depend on the AI to do that for us. The human element is not there.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So there are other issues like AI-driven customer engagement and sentiment analysis. Paulina, would you like to talk about that?
Good morning, everyone. So with regards to the AI use in Africa, or let me say specifically in Ghana, a lot of what we are using it for is the lightweight kind of things. So I spoke to a colleague in Ghana, for example, who works in the insurance sector, where they have an AI bot that responds to messages from customers. The question that I ask, for example, is how personalized is that? Like Sarah was talking about. How do you, because we are very communal people, how do you get AI to speak in such a way that the person feels valued at the end of the conversation and not have it be robotic? So when you are using it for something like sentiment analysis, that is easy. That has no interaction with people. But in the kind of work that we do, where it's really about building relationships, and we know that relationships cannot be built based on robotic responses. There has to be some trust that has been built in the background, and then you build on that.
Okay, so you've also done research on how AI, PR professionals in AI. Can you tell us a bit about that and your findings, just briefly?
All right. So I sit on the board of Women in PR Ghana, and when the whole craze, and I call it craze because really I think that it's a fad. We are getting there. Things will change, but now everybody's talking about AI. Every conference you see AI this, AI that. So I decided to ask the women in PR Ghana what they are using AI for in their PR practice. And out of the 53 respondents that I got, most of them were using it for, like I said, the lightweight things that we do in PR. So writing press releases, writing speeches, media monitoring, social media posts, presentations, and things like that. So those things that we would have had to brainstorm a bit to do, that is what people are using AI for in public relations. But again, we need to ask the question about personalization. So like Sabra was saying, you're writing a speech, and like we do in you have an event and you're writing a speech for 5 people on the same event, the same content, but you need to be able to speak in the voice of the person that is. How will AI do that for you? And we know that the things that it churns out, yes, it can be robotic, and sometimes there is that tendency for it not to be as personable as if you were writing, knowing the person that you're writing for. So those are the things that we need to look at and question, so that we're not just churning things out. Because yes, it's cost effective, it's quick and all of that, but what's the personalization angle?
Okay, just to add on to that,
yeah.
How about the current modules that we do? Do you think they're diverse enough?
No. Unfortunately, so on Wednesday, I was talking to Amy from Microsoft, and because she said she would not be here, she asked what we'll be talking about. And one of the things that I told her was that we will really need to have the African context when it comes to AI and what it is generating. Because I come from Ghana, I can speak to the Ghanaian. If you ask AI to generate a picture of fufu, which is a staple that we eat in Ghana, yes, the kind of picture that it brings up for you is nothing like what we know as fufu in Ghana. So all of these things are, and if you ask for some pictures, again, it is what you are, who is doing what at the back end. So as Africans, a lot of times we are more consumers than part of the process of creating it. And that is where the challenge is really. I think that we do not have content that reflects us, that reflects our context as African people.
Okay, that was good insight. So it seems that we need to start creating the content so that it reflects what we do, and we might see some real fufu. Okay, so moving on to the next segment. Now we are going to be talking about the ethical and legal implications of using AI. And I would like to start with you, Sabra. Let's talk about transparency and accountability in AI use.
Okay, so transparency and accountability is something that people are starting to look into a little bit more. And as I mentioned before, for me to detect that something is written by AI, because I'm an experienced professional, I've been writing for a while, I can already tell the patterns of information that is generated. In terms of like individuals, people will go to AI and do a cover letter. So I can receive a very well-written cover letter from someone applying for a position, and by the time I'm actually on the phone speaking to them, they're not as fluent as their letter. So that robotic personalization on the perfect cover letter in HR terms doesn't give me the sense of who this person is. So I'm not sure at what point people will actually start saying, well, you know, I've actually used AI to generate my cover letter, or referencing it. The other risk is even the AI softwares themselves. There's been issues where, because they gather information from different sources, they don't cite where that information is coming from. So there is the risk of copyright infringement. There's the risk of using somebody else's information and somebody else's data if you're just blindly taking what it is from AI. The other challenge that also people face is believing that what they're getting from these AI-generated information is true. So you are taking that, there is no citation, and you believe that that information is true, which is not the case. So these are the things that individuals have to be careful about. But when we look at organizations, you know, what are they using AI for? You talked about the chat bot, you know, that interacts with people. But there's also other things that companies and organizations will use AI for, whether it's voice recognition features, whether it's somebody, you know, you call a call center and somebody's answering you, but it's actually an AI person and it's not a person. So sometimes people or the public may feel like they're being tricked to think that they're actually talking to a real person on the other end. Again, the information that is being shared is generated based on a template. So again, so companies should also be very transparent in terms of, in the work and in the campaigns and the projects that they're doing, how much of it is AI generated, so that the public has the sense of, okay, when I call this organization, I'm actually interacting with an AI, not a human being, but an AI generated voice.
Okay. So on that, now some of the questions that are being asked, because again, a lot of practitioners are using it to write speeches, press releases, etc. Now the question is, should you say, if you used AI to write your press release, do you have to be transparent about it? These are all questions that are being asked. For example, a university in the US recently used AI to write a press release after a shooting incident. And people came at them because the press release lacked empathy. And that is when the university came out to say, okay, I like to write it, which is why it did not come out across as personable as it should have. And in cases like that, do you think that using AI will be the best thing to do, or should there actually be people so that we can empathize a lot more, we can have fellow feeling for people? And then with regards to how AI gleans from across the net, for us as educators, now the question we are asking is, if students use AI to respond to an assignment, how are you marking it? Should they state, like they reference, in the same way that they pick things from other places, should it be the same, where they say that, so for this part of my assignment, it was written by AI? These are all things that we are still grappling with and thinking about.
Maybe to add something there,
Yeah.
You know, the AI, these are very smart. And we as human beings, we should not even compete with AI, because the AI is more than smarter than human beings.
You believe
so,
that?
Yeah. So what it lacks, it has to be, we have to be, I mean, the AI lacks wise. A human being has to be wise. Even if you are trying to write a press release, whether is that a presentation or speech or somewhere, have you ever seen that this speech is articulated by our president or your managing director? So you have to sound it as human. So humans are wise, while the AI, it lacks totally the wise that we are talking about. So you have to be wise in order to differentiate from AI and the human.
Okay. So you believe that AI is smarter than human beings, but human beings are wiser
You can't be smarter than
AI.
machines. Yeah. Machines are smarter than humans, but
Really?
humans
Do we
are
believe
wiser
that?
than. Yeah.
Okay. They're faster. Are they smarter? Those are two different things.
Let me explain.
Uh-huh.
In terms of events planning, if you put something on maybe ChatGPT,
yes.
How can I plan my event? The way ChatGPT is trying to plan your event is even more than smarter than you. But you have to make some human sense in order to come up with what you are trying to localize. It is not localizing the content, but I'm sure human beings are wiser than AI, because AI are machines and most of them are smarter than.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll have this discussion later. I have tried to use AI. It's debatable. I've tried to ask it to structure something for me, but still I need to feed it with all the information from my brain. I don't just say, do this, and it does it. Like, I have all the information, and then I put it, and then I say, put this into a structure. Like I want. But we'll talk about that later. Let's just move on. Okay, so now, Lottie, I'm still with you now. Let's talk about deepfakes and misinformation. So deepfakes are used often nowadays. There was this year, so in the UK, every year ends, there's a Christmas message. It used to be by the Queen, now it's by the King, and there was one year, I think it was 2017 or 2018, I don't remember, when a national broadcaster, Channel 4, decided to air the Queen's Christmas message. It's always aired by the BBC. And so when we heard, save the Queen, we were like, okay, what's going on? Why is it on ITV? And then a message from Buckingham Palace, and the Queen was there. You see, it's the Queen, okay? And then, hi, my fellow countrymen, whatever. I am so grateful that Channel 4 has given me this opportunity, because at BBC, I really do not have the freedom and independence that I need. And people were looking at that mortified, and they're like, uh-oh, what's happening? And then they're like, really? And then in the end, they showed, it started getting blurry, and they showed the person who was there. They were criticized a lot, but their argument was that we just wanted to show that, you know, deep fakes, whatever, and they do. So since you think that machines are smarter than us, how do you think about deep fakes?
Yeah. First of all, saying that machines are smarter than human beings, those are my personal views. So don't quote me wrong on that one. Yeah, because I can see that's how it works. You know, sharing information, sharing incorrect information, that's what we call the misinformation, all right? But sharing the incorrect information while you have your malicious intent, That's misinformation. So when you go beyond that, it's where the deepfake appears. So people are trying to create even some images and the videos. You can see that someone is talking. You can see a certain artist is singing on your TV, on your channels. Then you can even reach to your conclusion that, you know, this is Jay-Z, this is Diamond Platinum, this is Ali Kiba. But due to the advancement of AI, the deepfake operates up to this moment. So what has to be done? The community, we as citizens, the industry experts have to understand that the AI is operating. So if you're not aware that AI is working, you cannot even differentiate between the AI and the human nature. So that's what I'm saying. In order for we as communications professionals, before you judge into anything, you have to understand, you know, the ending of the action determines that this is something fake. So the deep fake is operating, but our community and our normal citizens have to understand that the existence of AI will affect their life, not only their normal life, but even their life at work. But we have to understand, first of all, the AI on how it operates. So if you understand how AI operates, you cannot even be disturbed. But AI can be utilized effectively and they make sure that your activities and the roles are effectively articulated.
Okay, so you do agree with responsible use of AI,
Definitely.
as long as responsible, but not misinformation and deepfakes.
Don't spread fake information using AI features. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So let's finish this segment with you, Paulina. I want to ask you two questions since they're related. How can organizations ensure they are using AI responsibly, number one? But also number two, do they have, what regulatory frameworks are currently in place or needed to manage these implications in Africa? Okay, so we know globally how it works. There are already some regulations put into place in some places. You and I both teach at universities. We have some regulations that have to do with the responsible use of AI. But as peer practitioners and in our continent, since you've already done research on this, how do you think this will work?
All right. So for me, the responsible use of AI will have to come about not just in what we input in there, but first in building trust so that even when we have used AI to generate a speech, to generate a press release, because people know our voice as an organization, they can say that this sounds a little different from UDSM, so we need to look further into it. Again, some of the things that we will have to do is the regulation and thinking about the end product. So I think it was on Wednesday, somebody was talking about how in her university they use AI that generates minutes. And one of the questions she was asking is, do you know where your information is going as a university? We need to think about all of those things when we are using AI, because AI is not somebody sitting here. There are servers and a lot of back-end things that we do not see that is happening. So we need to think about all of those things when we are inputting stuff in there. With regards to the regulation, at least in Ghana, we do not have AI, any laws or policies regarding AI use yet. I think as a continent, because we are more consumers than creators of these things, we wait until much later to be able to create the policies and regulations that are necessary. What we will have to do as educators, as researchers, is to push our government to make that decision what are we using the AI for? What are contributions to AI? How do we use it responsibly? All of these things, we need to create the laws and policies about it before it is too late. But things are happening so quickly, so fast, that I think our governments are taking their time to see where to go before they make the laws and the regulations. But my suggestion would be that we need to act quickly and now.
Okay, if there's any government person here, please let us act quickly, because it's true, like sometimes we're always some few steps behind. Until it's too late, then we're like, oh, we need to come up with this. Okay, now moving on to the next segment, we're going to talk about infrastructure for AI in Africa and its readiness, okay? And basically, the available infrastructure for successful use of AI and communication for public awareness campaigns in Africa. I would like to start with Sabra. Since you are an expert, you have worked in different countries, from the US to Canada to Asia, and then now you're back home. The differences that you see. Let us talk about investments in AI technology, skills, gaps, if we have some gaps in the skills, talent development, etc.
Thank you, Leah. Investment. So investment in AI can be a range of things. As communications professionals, there are certain software that you can subscribe to that will help with media monitoring, that can help do your data analysis for you, but these come at a cost. The an issue because people have mobile phones and they have access to the internet, but as organizations or public relations agencies, are they really investing in some of these software? So for example, an organization might want to share their weekly newsletter to their to their staff. There's actual software that do the newsletter template for you. Send it out. It's able to track which article was opened, which was the most popular one, how many people actually opened their email, and who, out of the ones who opened their email, how many clicked on the article itself. And it will give you results in terms of trends. When we write articles about a certain topic, it's more popular among the employees. And this actually is very beneficial for PR professionals because it helps us plan. We know what our audience wants. We know what our audience is interested in. So we are able to plan our content based on the feedback we get on the analytics. But it's not free. There's a monthly cost to something like that. If the company has a budget, of course, they're going to invest in something like that. But if the company, which again, I'm not sure how many of you work with PR departments, but the PR departments usually are the ones that do not have a budget. Everything we are expected to do, we are expected to do for free. And I think there's a really big need for PR professionals, especially in the region, to be more strategic. To be more strategic in how they plan PR. So we're not talking about, you know, write a press release, cover this event, take some pictures, do social media. What are you doing it for, and is it working for you? You know, so we need to move a step beyond that, and analytics and data can do that for us. Okay. There are some free features that people can take advantage of. So social media pages like LinkedIn have a page. Instagram has that as well. If you're on Google or Gmail, you can make use of the Google search features. Okay. So I mentor a few thought leaders in health and education and sanitation, and they have a share of voice in the industry. So they talk a lot about the subject. However, in my interaction with them, they didn't know that you could put a search feature in Google that would search their names. So anytime they're mentioned in the media, or in any press release, or in a quote, it's going to give them the articles and the places and the website that they were mentioned in. And they can do the same search with keywords. Maybe they have competitors. Maybe they have rivals. Maybe they have a topic of interest that they want to monitor, right? So again, it doesn't come at a cost, but with something like Google, they will start charging you if your memory is big. So these are the type of features that a lot of us in the professional world, if we are exposed to companies and organizations and departments that have a budget, we have the opportunity to make use of that. You know, we have the opportunity to use the data and the analytics so that it can inform our campaigns, our strategies, our planning. And I think that is one of the things, other than the technology use itself, the skills. So just to follow up on the skills gap, if you ask somebody, can you write a communication strategy for me? You know, they'll say, oh yes, of course. They put the objective, they'll put their key messages, and they'll go straight into writing that. But they're not going to think about, what are you writing that based on? Did you do the research? You know, what is your objective? What are you trying to change? And is your objective actually smart? Is there something you're trying to change? So I think a lot of PR professionals in some organizations, I'm not going to name countries because this is really depending on the type of structure you have in your organization, the type of boss that you have, the learning. I'm a huge supporter of learning and advancing yourself. I say, you know, we're like doctors. We have to always keep up with the times. We have to always learn what's new. When I started over 20 years ago, we didn't have social media. We sent invitations through faxes and, you know, so we have to learn. The next new thing that comes in that connects us with our audience, we have to learn that. So these skills, I think it's important that people are investing, you know, organizations, institutes are investing in training, in capacity building, so that we are actually equipped to use the tools that public relations has for us to communicate with our audience better. So investment is really key.
Okay. Now, Madam, I'll still stay with you. Since you're an international consultant and an international PR expert, if we were to hire you so that you could give us advice and help us into getting into partnership with global tech companies, how can you help us to achieve that?
Well, it depends on, again, like what is it that you want from the global tech companies?
It's for AI, so that they could help us because we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the capacity, but we have global tech companies. Yesterday we had Amy from Microsoft, she was there. I believe there are others that you probably know of.
Again, partnerships with organization really depend on how you plan to use the AI. I think the most important thing is to go with what the users are going to be. Once you identify your users and who it is you're trying to reach, then it will be easy to identify the right global partner for you. And if we're talking about communications, yes, there are tech companies out there that focus only on communication efficiency. So again, I'm all about making sure you are doing the back, making sure what the needs are going to be, how you're going to use that so that you can make the most out of the partnership and the global tech companies are able to support you in return.
Okay. Paulina, are there any government initiatives and policies that support AI in Africa? Have you come across any?
At present, no. I haven't seen. I think that for a lot of countries, like I said earlier, that discussion's still ongoing. Because, again, things are moving a bit too quickly when it comes to AI. And the continent is still trying to adjust. There is some work going on, I think, in Ghana, in Kenya, in South Africa. But otherwise, I really haven't, in my research, seen if there are any government policies at present. One of the other things I want to add is that, you see, AI is a good thing. It's still growing. But on a continent where illiteracy is so high, the cost of data is so high, we do not have electricity. Sometimes when we talk about some of these things, I feel we are talking to a small group of people rather than to the needs of the continent. Yes, the internet is growing. The 2023-2024 World Digital Report talks about internet access is higher than access to water and sanitation. Like, how can you live in a continent like that where people have access to internet rather than simple wash access? These are all things that our governments need to think about and to work around. So the policies, I think, they are still in the works, and it might take some time. But at the rate at which AI is going, we probably need to work faster.
Okay, thank you. So we're going into the last segment. I would like to start with you, Lottie, being the founder, president of PRST. It's PRSTZ, right?
PRST.
Okay,
yes.
PRSTZ, and I believe that you have a lot of partnerships and have learned a lot from other countries as well, and African countries. So, the way you've seen it, and because I do believe that you do champion AI, how do you think AI can be leveraged to design effective communication and public awareness campaigns in Africa?
Yeah. First of all, before I answer that, I just wanted to cement on what Dr. Paulina was saying.
Okay.
You know, things are happening quickly, and in order to flourish and succeed on what we are doing, we need proper and ready environment prepared for AI to operate or to penetrate. So we have what we call government bureaucracies. So if things are happening quickly, then the government or authorities are not acting quickly. That means we are going to be left ahead. So simply, I am in the industry, and where the PR campaigns and the communications are the key and the engine of any organizations to prosper or to articulate whatever they want to do. So the proper environment from the government have to be put in place. The policies, what are the, what our governments in Africa, are they doing to make sure that we leverage the artificial intelligence in Africa? Okay. We should have proper policies which support the small investments, middle and advanced investments of AI in Africa for us education practitioners to effectively work and articulate what we have to deliver. Okay. So proper environment and the policies. Okay. Let's avoid the bureaucracies from the government, the authorities. Our governments in Africa are not acting on time. You can find ourselves, what we are trying to live up, what we are trying to live at the moment, it's something that has to be lived maybe 10 or 25 years ago. Okay. So the more we act fast, the more we put in places proper and friendly policies to our tech industries, they will come up with AI, which automatically we are going to adapt as we as communication professionals, and effectively communicate. Okay. That means the government, together with its stakeholders, have to be sensitized and understand the importance of AI for them to put clear environment for us to flourish. Okay. Okay, Sabra. It's just one question each and then we'll be done. So again, let's talk about the campaigns. You have mentioned some of the things that people don't know how to create campaigns, even though you spoke in the beginning that it's better to start with the human touch and then, you know, not really depend on AI. But if we really cannot do things on our own, and AI is there, you know? It's like you can't really drive a manual car and then you have an automatic car. It's still driving. So what do you feel about just telling AI, hey, create this communication awareness campaign for me?
Well, absolutely. I can go to an AI software and say, you know, create a national awareness campaign for me in Tanzania covering X and Y rural areas for it to generate the campaign for me. And it will. It will give me all the details that I need. It will give me all the channels that I can use. However, with its suggestions, it's picking up from different things. It's not really connected to what I want to do. Okay. Because what if in some areas people listen to radio, and that's their most common mode of communication, but radio is not an option. So as much as we love the efficiency of having things churned out, we have to be on the ground. As PR professionals, stakeholder engagement is still important. We have to talk to communities. We have to go to the different places and find out how people like to be reached. So these are the type of things that we can't expect AI to know, that, you know, the community in Kigoma listen more to the radio, and which specific radio station, versus telling me, oh, you know, just do a stakeholder meeting and your job's going to be done.
Okay, speaking of radio, this is the last question. Paulina, I know you're a champion of radio, use, and all of that thing. But we have Gen Zs nowadays, and they're kind of more than us. I'm not sure if you're a Gen Z. No, you're not. Oh, okay. You're a millennium. You're a millennium. Okay, she's a millennium, not a Gen Z. However, we do have AI. What do you think? Should we still also stick with the old forms of communication? Or should we move forward and say, hey, technology is here, let's embrace this and forget about the other stuff?
I'd say diversify. On a continent where more people are listening to radio, and the research proves it, more people are listening to radio than online. Online is strong. My research was on political PR in Ghana, and one of the things I found was that whereas, yes, social media is gaining ground when it comes to use by political parties, in Ghana, radio is still king. And from a lot of the presentations I've heard around, radio is still king. So let's diversify the audience. Let's give to the Gen Zs what they want, but for our rural folks as well who listen to radio, community radio, let's give them that. What I am consistently seeing in my teaching is that we have, and because they are Gen Zs, it makes sense, consistently, when you ask them to create a PR plan, nothing traditional media comes in there. It's all social media. That is reaching a diverse audience. Then you need to know which audience you want to reach, where they look for their information from, and how you can give them that information.
Okay, thank you very much. On that note, yeah, you do remind me of my students. Strategic and marketing communication. You and I have taught this together. And every time you tell them to prepare a communication strategy, it's all about TikTok, not even Facebook. They're like, we are old because we use Facebook. And so with them, it's TikTok, Snapchat, but I always tell them that new media cannot work on its own. You always need to integrate. Anyway. Thank you so much to my panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our panel discussion. We will open the floor for discussions, but just a reminder, we've spoken about different issues that are related to the use of artificial intelligence. In the other parts of the globe, people are already using AI a lot. We see it a lot being used, and we were wondering, how about us in Africa? Should we use it? Should we say we don't have the infrastructure and just sit there and wait for donors and investors to save us? Or should we start doing something? And as you heard Mr. Lottie here, he claims, what did you say? Machines are smarter than human beings? Yeah. But that we are wiser, so yeah, if anybody agrees with him or disagrees, so right now we are opening the floor to questions and discussions for a couple of minutes. Thank you very much. Yeah, you can clap. Thank you. We have a hand there from the Reverend Sip. I'm not sure which I start with, Sister Professor or Professor Sister? Either. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leah. Sister always comes first, sister first.
Oh, Sister Professor.
Yes.
Okay.
So I want to start from where Pauline ended. Just a quick comment that recently somebody sent me a WhatsApp message, and it was about someone sailing a boat on the ocean, and there was a caption that the ocean is too big. Don't sink anyone's boat so that you can continue. Just find your space and move on. So in the same way, I think we need to strike a balance between AI, traditional communication. So if I'm into stories, palaver, radio, it's okay. We can all navigate the terrain without necessarily sinking anyone's boat into AI or vice versa. Now, I like invading individual space, invasion of privacy. To Zoom, but we were all tired. We didn't think of any other thing. Yesterday, when I woke up in the morning, I found an email from AI Zoom. Here are the minutes of the meeting. I was like, what? I was actually shocked. And what they wrote there is not anything close to what we had talked about. So invasion of privacy, first of all, to enter into my meeting without my permission, without asking us, taking minutes for us, we didn't ask it, and then sending it to my email without my permission, and then making my day very bad because I was wondering, what the heck is this? So that's it. Then to Dr. Leah, the chair.
Yeah. Paulina is asking, and what if it was something sensitive and you have no idea where it's going to?
That's the thing. And if, for example, by mistake, you have your camera on and you're taking a shower as you are doing the Zoom meeting. All right. So I talk about invasion of privacy. For you, Dr. Leah, I'm seeking a clarification. At the beginning, when you're introducing the panel, you said that the panel was convened based on what happened in Malaysia, that the president was presented by AI as an endearing grandfather, a loving old man, and all that. Since this is live, being recorded also, I just want to check how factually correct and not politically correct is that statement. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll respond first and then we'll come to Sabra. So it was actually just recently. I don't have the results yet because they just submitted last week and I don't want to mark right now. But she did explain to me and she showed me some pictures of Sabionto. Like he had these cheeks, he was like, what do they call? Not fat, chubby. Yeah, chubby grandfather. And apparently the news reports were claiming that the AI-generated images actually related with Gen Z. So I haven't read her submission yet to find out if it was true or not. But in the last discussion that I had with her in one of the supervision meetings, she said it's different from how people see it because she interviewed journalists and then she also did a survey with some Gen Zs. The journalists, you know, traditional newspapers, radio, they don't want to agree with that. But the Gen Zs themselves actually agreed with it. They thought it was funny. They thought it was engaging. They thought it was really, you know, he uses technology just like us. They didn't see an old picture or a mugshot of him, but they were really like cartoonish kind of, and even the messages that they wrote. So again, it depended on the audience, the people that she spoke with. So generally, I haven't yet read her findings. I'll read those next week when I'm back, but that was the whole idea. Yeah. Sabra?
Yes, on privacy. So I don't know how many of us, when we are downloading apps or adding things on our phones or computers and you get the terms and conditions and those buttons that tell you allow, don't allow, later. I'm not sure how many, I don't think a lot of us actually press don't allow because we want the app to function as soon as possible. I need this, I need to use this. And I don't think a lot of us also go through the terms and conditions. However, in a lot of these software, they have settings. They don't advertise them because what they want to do is they want to learn your habits. They want to learn your habits so that they can use it for advertising, right? But other than you maybe going into your settings and specifically clicking on don't allow this, don't generate that. Like, you have to specifically choose these features, not to record, not to do any of that. It's going to do it by default. The other issue is, if it's nothing to do with your meeting, it could also be a phishing email. So there are some cases where you will get emails that are related to something you did the day before, but it has actually nothing to do with your email. So training on phishing, cybersecurity, this is really important, because sometimes you could say that, oh, this email is coming from Zoom, but if you actually look at the address, it's not coming from Zoom. And it's prompting you to do something. Click on this. Here is a recording of your meeting. You automatically think, oh yes, I had a Zoom meeting yesterday. Let me click on this for the recording. So we have to be very careful with the features of any of the apps and software that we engage in. Going through the details, it's not going to ask you. You have to go into the settings and switch those features off.
One of the things which we are not doing too well with as a continent is corporate digital responsibility. We have all of these organizations taking a lot of information from us, and most of us are very lax, like Sabra says, when it comes to these things. We don't probe further. Recently, there was a case of somebody who went to Disney and had an accident or something like that. And when they tried to sue Disney Plus, because they were a subscriber to Disney Plus, they couldn't sue them. And it is all in the terms and conditions. But who bothers? Who reads? We need to do better with digital responsibility. Consistently, I am seeing school children being posted online without their parents' consent, teachers are recording students in the classroom without parents' consent. It's irresponsible digital behavior. But because we are used to how lax things are, back in the UK, in my son's school, you have to sign a consent form that teachers can take pictures of the child, and if they take the pictures, if they can post it online. Not on our continent. In Ghana, we have offices where you go, you write your name in a notebook, your number and everything, and they just leave it there. People come, harvest these contacts, and they are bombarding you with emails and text messages consistently. All of those things we need to rethink. Some countries have data privacy rules, etc., but the education on it has not gone down well, and then enforcement issues are also there.
Lottie is nodding because he was actually telling me something that I didn't know earlier, that there is a new act in Tanzania.
Yes,
is data
Tanzania,
protection,
yes.
something.
We have Personal Data Protection Commission, whereby your data, your images cannot be shared by anyone without your consent. So the problem is the community, the citizens themselves do not understand. They are not even aware of it. It's where the PR campaigns come that we have to do more campaigns to sensitize our communities that there is something this. You know, someone can come up to you, take your pictures, record you anything, then can share to anyone. If you are aware that, for instance, in Tanzania, we have personal data commissions, you can sue someone who is trying to play with your data. So the problem is just awareness. So PR campaigns are key and crucial for this. Maybe before even we embrace the total investment in AI, first of all, our communities have to be sensitized that you have to accept the terms and the conditions of using AI features. That's very important.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? There's a hand over there, please. Do we have a microphone?
Thank you so much. My name is Theodora Theodori. I'm a tutorial assistant here at the University of Dar es Salaam. I would like to comment on the issue of responsibility on using AI. I think each one of us should be a fact checker. When you are using AI to generate any kind of material, each one of us should check first if it is what you need before publish it or before submit it. And also, I would like to add on that, because on academicians here in this conference now, we have a lot of academicians. Some lecturers, I don't think they are telling their students. I don't know if all of them they are telling their students about AI, because I went to Norway. I didn't know anything about ChatGPT. And I saw some of the students who were using the software, and I was like, what is that? And they told me it's ChatGPT, and we also use it even when we were in Tanzania. And I was like, I never see something like that. They use it to edit things, to generate things. And then I say, then we were supposed like, and then I just think and I say we were supposed to be told about this, because I use it to generate something. I just ask a little question, and I received even a conclusion on what I asked. And then I told myself, I didn't ask about conclusion. I just need the ChatGPT to edit my document, but it even gives me a conclusion. Not only conclusion, it changes a lot of things. Then I asked my teacher called Roy. He's a professor there who was teaching investigative journalism. He told me, you can use ChatGPT to ask it to correct your language, but be careful, because it can give you even things which you don't need it. So I think as academicians, we have a responsibility to not to hide these tools to our students, even if we don't know it, because we need training also on how to use a lot of those technology, but we have to tell them, but we have to show them also how to use it responsibly rather than hiding it. That's all.
Okay, can we take another question and then we'll address that one? Let's just take another question here.
Good morning. My name is Professor Juliet Masharia, Karatina University. I teach communication and PR, and I'm interested in AI. When I listen to this discussion, I'm very excited. At the same time, very worried, because in Africa, we are consuming things without asking questions. Like, for example, my university is highly digital. We're doing like everything, AI. And I want to say, Sister, Professor Lando, for Zoom, we've been using online teaching, and they've kept training us. Now, as you use Zoom, they are training us and telling us when you automatically have a meeting, they will make sure that AI takes minutes. But what we've been doing is that we have been trained to make sure that you choose the AI that you want for your minutes, for your defense, for your departmental meeting. We use Otter AI, Reader AI, and all this. My concern has been nobody questions what happens to that information. Because like our admin assistants who are supposed to take minutes, they'll receive the minutes the following day. They go through the minutes, correct, and then before they can distribute the minutes. We are here as scholars. What are we going to say about AI in Africa? Because my concern is not that. The AI, we have ethical issues. Why can't we come up? Why can't we create our own, whereby we have them, we have the policies, therefore we will know what happens behind the scenes. Because I remember, I tried with my students. My students, I'm telling them about AI. Unfortunately, they are communication PR students. They are already working as consultants with other companies, as she said. You know, they're using Canva to do the graphics, they are doing content, they're doing what? And when I asked them, what are you doing? They said, Prof, you know, we are in your class because we want a degree. But right now, it is AI. So for me, this is not a very simple matter. Because I tried them. You know, when you are teaching, because we are influencing students, I tried them, and I didn't let them know what I was doing. I taught a Zoom class put them in Zoom breakout rooms, gave them a task, then I told them, I'm giving you 15 minutes. I don't want it on Karatina University Moodle, where you do assignment, send it to my email. Then I told them, I'll wait, I'll be in the room. I gave them 15 minutes, and this is what my students did. They didn't submit the work they did in Zoom breakout. They went to GBT chatbot, created content, then sent to me. Half of the content was wrong, but they didn't know because they didn't check. So I think I'll support what the panelist is saying, that if we are going to use them, we start with me first, then use AI to support. Because I returned all the assignments to the students. I told them, check the books, check the notes, check everything, correct your work, and return to me. Yeah. So for me, all these AI apps, communication apps, PR apps, marketing apps, they are owned by people. They are making money from them. As you use them, you are going to be very careful because somebody somewhere has your information. So what do we do? I don't think Kenya has a policy. We have the data protection, but not AI. I haven't seen it. So I think as scholars, we need to come up with solutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for those insights. I'm so glad that we have heard from academicians. Just to give you an idea, so I didn't know how it worked here back home. In the UK, when ChatGPT started, we as lecturers, we got totally confused. And the first thing was like, don't use ChatGPT! Students, you are not allowed to use it! Blah, blah, blah. They'll still use it if you say that. Like, we were so confused, nobody knew what to do, and then later they were like, you know what, it's here. Let's embrace it. Instead of telling them not to use it, let's tell them how to use it. And so every university now has an AI use policy. You have it at Newcastle as well. Yes, so we have a policy on how to use AI responsibly. So we do allow them to use it. We do not allow them to let AI create their essays or their work, no. But as she said, you know, things like editing or just to give you a structure, how you can do this and that, but still you need to declare. So each time when they need to submit their assignment, there's a cover sheet and you need to declare how you've actually used AI, okay? But some students are, you know, not too smart, and we've recently had an essay where it actually starts with the first paragraph saying, since I'm only a machine, and this student did not read this assignment and submitted it as it was. I was shocked. I was like, really? So they didn't even read it? I mean, they just submitted it as it was. Now that's a 0, and it's an academic misconduct. They need to call you so that you could explain yourself. So that's how it works. Paulina, I'm not going to give you a chance to talk. We're running out of time. You'll have discussions later. At the end, General is looking at me like, come on, girl, I'm right here. Can't you see me? If we just have one last question or one last comment. I haven't heard anybody grilling him. He said machines are smarter than us. Since you guys are silent, you actually agree with him. I don't agree with him. Yeah, you want to talk about him, right? Yes. Please, give her the mic.
Good morning. My name is Odette Mwingirehe. I am from Kigali and the University of Rwanda. I want to tell Mr. Roth that our GNZ don't agree with him. They consider artificial intelligence information as lies. In my research, I found that even if they don't agree with traditional media, radio, and TV, they say that the content, the language is outdated. They want something which is entertaining, which is in their youth language. Even if they go to social media, even if they use artificial intelligence, they say it's for people making money. Their information there is not credible. So I want to assure him that machines are not yet intelligent than humans.
Okay.
And I wanted to other panelists to advise on how to actualize media content. If you are about to use artificial intelligence in communication, how can we link them with the media, with the existing media that the audience still trusts? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lottie, very briefly, do you want to defend yourself?
Yeah, thank you so much. And we have to make sure that, for me, let's try as much as we can to be wiser than smarter. This is very important. So if you become more wiser every day, even more things good in a very effective way can happen. So machines will always be smarter than human beings. Thank you.
He still insists. Okay, anyway, thank you so much. And thank you so much for being amazing, laughing with us. And we're still around. And so if you have any more questions or if you want us to discuss more outside, please come see any of us. Paulina still wants to talk. I said no. She'll talk with other people during tea. Yeah, I know. But we have the next speaker. He used to be my boss, so I need to respect that. Okay? Okay, thank you very much.
A round of applause to moderator, Dr. Leah, and her panelists. Allow me to invite to the podium our very own Generali Ulimwengu, a veteran journalist, a media, and a mogul. A round of applause as he approaches the podium. He's also an advocate of the High Court in Dar es Salaam. And he is going to talk to us about the macrackers and the future of investigative journalism. I'm sure he's going to open up a very big discussion on that. And then after we are giving him 20 minutes for the presentation and 10 minutes are going to be for the discussion. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I only have a problem here. You say I have 30 minutes, 20 minutes I'll be talking, and 10 minutes will be for discussion. Why don't we reverse that? I talk for 10 minutes and then we have 20 minutes.
Sure, no problem. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. I am really excited to be in this gathering, in this very splendid hall. This is my school, really. I started my life here. That is trying to learn about the world and how the world is working. Some 50 years ago. Incredible, yeah. 50 years ago. I was here as a student. And I've always felt that desire to reconnect the University of Dar es Salaam. And every time I get such an opportunity, I do respond. This time, I came in this hall and I found this discussion about AI, and I was really excited because just some 5 days ago, doing a task in Addis Ababa, something to do with the AU, I went on ChatGPT. I said, give me the names of the Secretaries General of the OAU since 1963. And what it gave me was frightening, really frightening. They mentioned, I think of all the names they mentioned, about 10 names or so, the only name I could recognize was Edem Kojo. The rest was some Chinese. I'm not saying that because of the whole carrying out this discussion. And I was really frightened because the names of those secretaries general from Dialogue, Zoe Kangaki, Edem Kojo, William Eteki Mbumua, I know because I was alive and old enough to understand these names. Now, imagine a young woman or a young man trying to do research and say, and he or she goes onto ChatGPT and says, give me the Secretaries General since 1963, and she or he gets the list I got the other day in Addis Ababa. It's really frightening. What does that mean? It means not only do you have to be smarter than the machine, but you have to have lived forever. To have practiced journalism was Secretary General. Otherwise, where do you get this information from? If you weren't there when Mbumua was there, when Diologue was there, and so on and so forth. So, what I'm saying here, I just walked into a conversation. I was not invited. You really have a mountain to climb in terms of trying to get correct information, adequate information, and useful information. And I have no advice, absolutely no advice to give you because I don't know how to go about it. What do you do in that case? You have to go to a library of the OAU every time you have a problem like that, find out. I just wanted the list of the Secretaries General, not even the content of the substantive work that they did as Secretaries General in the African liberation struggle, in the African integration processes, and so on and so forth. So anyway, this is my own problem. I will deal with it at my own level. But this morning, I was asked to talk about muck raking, or, other words, in a more civilized language, the importance of investigative journalism in our societies. They call it muck raking. Muck raking sounds very bad. It's a bit dirty. You're dealing with muck. You're dealing with mud. You're dealing with filth. You're dealing with trash. But we have to talk about it because we are in the midst of a lot of muck. That's what we are. And if you do not do muck raking, you're going to sink in that muck. And so we have to deal with it. However unpalatable, however unpleasant the term sounds. Actually, in the journalistic world, it's a very respectable term, muck raking. Raking the muck. And this means digging the dirt to find out what is going. Now, if you are a good muckraker, you are the one who looks, you are the person doing a news story, doing a feature article, and you want to find out exactly what is happening, that is beneath the surface. The regional police commander, I'm talking about the case in Tanzania, calls a press conference, and he's in his swivel chair briefing the journalists about the bandits who were killed yesterday at Manzese. And he's very comfortable. Of course, he has the air conditioning and everything else. And he's swinging in his chair. Yesterday, our officers confronted a group of bandits in the Manzese area. And after a brief exchange of fire, 3 bandits were killed. And on our side, there is no casualty. And you're there taking your notes, and you get off from there and you go to write a story, 3 bandits killed. The headline is 3 bandits killed in Manzese yesterday. That is not journalism. That is PR. You are doing it for the police. And you also are writing that the police, in disengagement with these bandits that you have already declared to be bandits, the police had an upper hand because they neutralized them and put them out completely. You are doing PR work, it's not journalism. Now, I'm not saying you should not go back to your office and write, or to go to your computer and write your story. But at least say, this police officer claims that yesterday his people were engaged in an action with the people he claims were bandits. And according to his claims, 3 of them lost their lives. At least that is more respectable, it's more truthful. You are saying exactly what you heard, but you are not giving it credence. You are not believing it. You don't want your readers or your listeners or your viewers on television to believe that story as being the gospel truth. Now, after you have written that story, it is useful for you to go to Manzese and find out the circumstances in which this reported incident took place. Because you know, and if you are a Tanzanian practitioner of journalism, you have known this, that police are known to have killed people who they claimed were bandits simply because they were carrying bags of gold or diamonds or whatever it is, and the police wanted that loot. So by reporting the way you do, simply by listening to this police commissioner of Dar es Salaam, you are doing PR for a group of thieves within the police force. Yeah, because they have set up the whole place. It's a whole rigged system. And you have come there and listened to what they're telling you, which is a lie, and you have carried it and being a report. It's not, that is not journalism. A proper journalist, the policeman is saying, the police officer is saying, it is true, you have to communicate that message. That is your duty, to communicate the message from the police to the people, to society, so that you don't know. Maybe it is true, maybe it is not. All I'm saying is that always harbor a little doubt about what you are told by the authorities. Some of them don't mean well. Some of them are outright rotten. So take everything they tell you with a pinch of salt. Maybe not a pinch of salt, with the spoons of salt. Because they have enormous power. And as you know, these are people who wield more power than they are supposed to be wielding. And they can use it very easily against a people that is unarmed, unaware, uninterested, and unintelligent. So your basic instinct is to be on the side of the people. We are talking here about AI and how it can be misused and so on and so forth to the detriment of certain individuals, large sections of society, but police is one of them. Centers of power that is totally uncontrolled, ungoverned. The same way that you look at AI and the nefarious effects on the society, the same way you should be looking at the police, government, at big business, at big pharma, all those people that wield, where they are, a lot of power, and over which you have no control. And you have to deal with them. You have to deal with government every day. You have to deal with the police every day. You have to deal with the medical system and the health systems every day. And you are totally powerless because you don't have, you as an individual do not have the power to say, I will use this and I will not. I will do this and I will not do that. You are compelled to take the diktat of the people who control your life. And here, I just gave you an example of the police, but I can give you so many examples of so many things that you are affected by, but over which you have no control. And you are shanghaied into a way of thinking, into a way of acting that is predetermined by those same people that exercise this control over you. So, what is the lady from Ghana? Is she still in this hall? She's in Ghana. There is who is that journalist? I hope he's still around. They haven't killed him. What is his name? Nice? And Anas. Is he still around? Oh, good luck. Such people do not really. Actually, I'm surprised at the number of people who do exposés like the one this gentleman does in Ghana. I hope you have seen him. He's always having a lot of, is it hair or rasta dreadlocks over his face. And he has got into so much trouble with the authorities and so on and so forth. But he's my hero. For me, that is a hero on the African continent because he exposes serious crimes that have been committed by people in authority, people with a lot of money, with a lot of power, and somehow he has survived. In many cases, they don't. Like the guy in Cote d'Ivoire, I think. Celebre of some sort, who was killed. I think the case is still going on here because the government has to pay compensation for his family and so on and so forth. Expose those things that the authorities, not necessarily only the authorities, but the authorities are one area which is very important. I'll tell you why. But it could be also the commercial interests, corporate interests that want to do this business or that other business. The things that are done wrongly as far as the people are concerned because it's a lot of money. There is so much money involved in an enterprise, in a company, in an operation, that they are not going to stand for some little journalists prying into their affairs. But government is first and foremost, out there, front and center, in this kind of iniquitous dealing. Why? Not because governments are necessarily manned by evil, but because by their very nature, governments are the biggest centers of corruption. They are the biggest centers of corruption because they have a lot of two things. A lot of money, resources. Two, a lot of power. Resources, mostly unchecked, and power, mostly unchecked. Nobody else is allowed to tax you. It's the government that is allowed to tax you, and tax you sometimes heavily and justifiably, the way it sees fit, and you are completely clueless as to how you can avoid that. You have to pay the taxes. If there is one thing you are going to do, whether you like it or not, is pay the taxes. And all that money that it collects from you, from all the constituents in a country, or in a polity, or in a region, or in a town, is money that the government now holds in its own coffers and uses as it pleases. And what does uses as it pleases mean? Is it the government, really, that is using all that money as it pleases? Or is it maybe one person at a given time, in a given section, who decides that this portion of the money I'm going to use the way I want to use it? We have a parliament. In Tanzania, we have a parliament that is truncated. I mean, the government uses money by parliaments, I'm sorry. But that parliament is truncated. We have a parliament, and I'm surprised the Tanzanian journalists don't raise this question at all, because they don't do journalism, they do public relations. You have a parliament which has so many components. One, members of parliament elected in their constituencies. Two, a certain percentage of members who are chosen by the president. And I don't know why. The president has got so much power, but you add onto those powers the power to nominate. Is it 10 or 15? 10. Now we have a situation where the president has nominated 10 people already, but he or she wants to nominate somebody else after 10. And he or she, I'm not saying which, persuades one of her or his nominees to resign from parliament so that now he or she can appoint another person. But in reality, he or she has now appointed 11 members of parliament. To begin with, I do not agree with the principle that you can have all these elected members of parliament from the constituencies, and then the president has the power to choose 10 of his or her own members of parliament. But once he or she has already nominated 10, that is the end. But he or she has done it. And the media in Tanzania is completely mum about this. She or he is doing something illegal, and the press is like, we haven't seen that. But it's true, that is illegal. Now, we also have a requirement of the Constitution that says when the elections have been done in the constituencies, on the basis of the numbers scored by each party, every party will have a pro rata representation for women. Specific numbers for women will be decided by the number of the members of parliament who came from the constituencies. But they will be sent to parliament by their respective parties. Now, there is something happened, and some mechanism was contrived to say the main opposition party, Chadema, got so many seats from the constituencies, therefore pro rata, that gives them the right to have so many women. And these 19 women were sent into parliament. And the party that is supposed to have sent them to parliament says, no, those are not our members, they do not represent us. And the speaker straight face, these women, and the Secretary General says, no, 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 those women are not from our party. Actually, they cease being members since they did 1, 2, 3, and we did not agree with them. They have been expelled. And the Speaker says, no, you have not expelled them. They are your members, and you are going. And he or she actually goes to have them sworn in outside Parliament. Outside Parliament. It is not within the hallowed grounds of Parliament that they were sworn in. They were sworn in some hotel in town. So you have a Parliament that not only has at least one nominee as a member of Parliament who is extra to the rules, but you have a whole 19, no wonder people call them COVID-19 because it was a topical thing at the time. But I'm sorry, it's a very unfortunate name because you don't want young, beautiful ladies being likened to COVID-19. It's a terrible disease. But you have now a truncated parliament. I'm saying the parliament as it sits today does not have the force of law to enact any laws. Now, I want to know if there's any Tanzanian who has asked a journalist, Tanzanian journalist, or press person, who has ever asked themselves this question. Supposing I went to court challenging a law that has been passed by such a parliament, by saying because this parliament was not properly constituted when it passed this law, therefore the law it passes is illegal or unconstitutional, because a law has to be legal, right? But it could be legal without being constitutional. Would I not get redress by saying, at the time when this law was being passed, the body that passed it was not properly constituted? There were 19 people who we don't know where they came from. There were one person who was of the power that the president had to choose such people. But I do not see these discussions taking place, let alone the other discussion that we have. For instance, I plead guilty to having done something when I was in Parliament in 1990s. Together with my colleagues in Parliament, we sponsored a law. We sponsored a motion that eventually became a law that required every public servant of a certain level in government, politics, to have the habit of declaring their net worth, that is to say the assets and liabilities, on a yearly basis. Repeat that exercise every year, every financial year. Declare, tell us how much you are worth. And make it public under oath. So what happened? Obviously, I left Parliament. There are a lot of people who were back in 1995. Now they have a law on their statute which says, and every year you hear people are saying, time has come now for you to come and sign and declare your net worth and net liabilities and so on and so forth. But the law says, if anybody should use that information to expose whatever the concerned person may or may not have done, it will be a criminal offense. So what does that mean? It means these people are compelled to fill in forms every year and have those forms, declarations, put on the statute books, in the records of the government. But you are not, as a pressman, as a journalist, you are not supposed to use that information in any way. If you want, you can go there. You pay a little fee, I think 30,000 shillings, and they give you the file. But just keep it in your head and go away. Don't use it where, say, this man What is the point? Why do you have such a law? You would have thought that in order to curb government waste, corruption, embezzlement, etc., etc., the list is inexhaustible, you'd have that information so that members of the public could use that information to go and say, no, this declaration that you signed is false. A house in Manzese, we know a house in Tabata, we know a house in Congo, you have a house in Kigamboni. And so where did you get all is what they call lifestyle audit. Running our lives, whose properties, at least those that we know, do not reflect their legally acquired wealth, either from their salaries or from their allowances or from their businesses and so on and so forth. We want you to tell us, how did you get this money? That has been made impossible. That is why practitioners of journalism in this country, when do you recall the last case of corruption being taken to court in Tanzania? Any volunteers? When was it? Tanzania is corruption-free. Tanzania is completely devoid a corruption-free society. I've been, perusing newspapers, googling at my TV set, trying to find out, when was the last time? Clearly, these people are stealing. Clearly, these people are stealing. But where are the people who have been taken to court because of corruption? Now you have somebody very high up in government the length of his or her tether, the length of your rope. Just and you have a rope around your neck. It is the length of that rope that will allow how much you're going to eat. For very long ropes. So I'm saying mark raking is most important, not only, not exclusively, but it's very important in go and do mining and do business. It happens at the level of government. And robbery with violence. Robbery with violence. Is there anybody from Kenya here? Gen Z. I was watching what was happening in Kenya, and when those rioted, some of them got killed, and I went back to my legal training, because I was telling you, I studied law at Dar es Salaam, and I was wondering whether in my teaching, in my learning, the section on robbery, I was not seeing it being played out on the streets of Nairobi. Because armed robbery property physically, say, although these days I suppose a check is a physical thing, with the intention of denying the owner of the use of that property permanently. And when you use armed action to take that money from, or property from them, then you have committed armed robbery. And I'm saying, okay, supposing I'm saying you, members of government, have stolen from us, because you are taking money that should have gone into health services and other social services for our people, you have appropriated that money and you have made it yours, permanently denying us of the use of that property permanently. And I go out to protest to tell you that you are thieves. You are thieves. And you shoot me a protest. It is. You've stolen my property, I've come to demand it, and you have shot me. That is armed robbery. I think a court of law should look into this kind of. I am going to investigate this, because what I'm seeing on the surface of this does not tell me the whole story. And that's the way you earn your lunch as a media person, as a journalist. If you want to be a bureaucrat, do PR, and so you can do something else. Don't crowd this space. Leave it open for those who want to do real journalism, who want to expose the evil that are being, the evil that is being done in our society, and maybe also display the good if there is. But I'm telling you, from government there is very little good. Very little good. the only good that is done by government, and government is not a person, it's not even a group of people, government is government systems, traditions, history, biases, prejudices, desires that cannot even be explained in public, and so on and so forth. That is government. It's a whole bag of emotions and secrets and things like that. Whatever good comes out of government is forced. It has to be extracted from government. Whatever good. It's such a complex organization that the only good that can come out of it is when it is forced. It is forced by the threat that if you don't do what we are telling you to do, we will vote you out of government next election, which is properly perfect, is properly legal. That's why you have so many competing political organizations, if they are allowed to operate, because 5 years ago there was no election. A knack of doing things a different way from others do it. You can have a no election period of 5 years, you go up to 10 years, no election. There are some movements, you see a lot of activity around and a lot of excitement sometimes. People lose their brains for a while. It's like they take their brains and put them in a place, hoping that after the election they will come and get their brains back. But they could be eaten by rats or termites. But really, the way we have organized ourselves, we are not perfect, but at least that we have done, is to say every election during which we do an assessment of what you have been doing as a government, and if we are satisfied with what you have done, we shall elect you back into power. If you are dissatisfied, we will refuse you, we'll choose somebody else. That is a he or she will say, I want you to make sure. Today I got somebody from Dawasa calling me before I came here to ask me if my complaint about water yesterday has been solved. I said, we're in an election year now. Honestly, I was surprised. Somebody is worried if my complaint which I filed yesterday has been solved. So I said, okay, the water has come back, but it's just a trickle. The only way the government will deliver on its promises is when it fears that you are capable of throwing them out of office. And you cannot throw them out of office if you do know what wrongs they have committed against you. And who will do that? It will be the investigative reporter, the investigative journalist, who will put 2 and 2 together and get 300. That is the job of the muckraker. I said it earlier at the beginning. It doesn't sound nice because muck is a lot of mud and tope, sana. But that is it, because we live in a very imperfect, as we used to say when we were in primary school, imperfect. The proper English term is imperfect world, and we have to be suspicious of everything that we see. A policeman giving you that report at a press conference is not trying to give you information, they are trying to give you task of carrying out PR for them. I will stop there and see whether we can have a discussion from what I just said.
Thank you very much, Mr. General Ulimwengu. I would invite the audience. Can we have only 3 questions? Directly ask the question or directly make a comment so that we can proceed for tea break. Karibuni, ushers, mics are ready? Okay. The hands. Yes, this sister, professor here. That is 1. Do we have anyone else? Okay, 2 and 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, General Ulimwengu, for the good sharing, the presentation. The more you talked, I thought you were talking about my country, but then I remembered you were talking about Tanzania. We have many things in common when you talk about investigative journalism. So my direct question is, so where have the muckrakers gone? Where are they? Where have they gone? Thank you.
Can we, sorry sir, can we take all the questions and then you respond to them all?
No, I think let's take one at a time because by answering this question may not be necessary to us.
Thank you very much. Proceed.
The muckrakers have been employed by government. It's an institution. You are from which country? Okay. There are processes that can make you, you know John Githongo. John Githongo was a muckraker. And he came here at some stage, I think at the time Kibaki was had just been elected. We had a long discussion and a lot of drinks until 3 in the morning. Then he went back to Nairobi, and next I hear is PS ethics. and I got that news with a feeling of, oh, John Githongo, PS ethics? This is dangerous. This is a friend of mine, and I don't want him to come to any harm. And I looked for John Githongo for a week. He was unreachable. That's what happens to you. Once you get to that elevation, there is a firewall built around you. You are no longer reachable. Even people who are about to... I wanted to stay out of that. It's going to be bad for your health. But I didn't. And you know what happened? In Kenya itself, 2010, Kenya generally now, not only John, 2010 was a turning point because the Kenyan people had struggled to have a constitution. Not like the one that took place here in Tanzania where the president said, I will give you a constitution, it will be very nice. Joseph Warioba is going to do this. But in Kenya, they struggled. They really struggled. I went to Kenya twice, and I found delegates to the bombers meetings sleeping in Uhuru Park because they could not pay for hotels. Commitment. Here they were staying in 5-star hotels, every expense paid for, until the big boss said, you people are suggesting that I do this and this. This is nonsense. Go out. And the cars were taken away. What is this? What do you call it? The network system was pulled down and things like that. But in Kenya, by getting that bombers stamped constitution, which was a big achievement, had a downside to it. And that is, all those people who had been involved in all the processes, Kenya, I don't know, Orange, and I don't know what, went into government. I could no longer find people in Nairobi that I knew. James Orengo, government. Anyang' Nyong'o, government. Raila Odinga, government. So civil society died because of the success of the constitutional process. It's only now that the Gen Z are coming up to take over the spaces left empty by the departure of those civil society, the vibrant civil society in Kenya. In Tanzania too, the muckrakers used to be here. We did some battles here, very quiet. You know, in Tanzania we keep under the radar basically because we fight in Kiswahili. You don't hear, oh, I don't agree with you. Me, I am very angry with that. This kind of attitude is... No. This is tunakwenda taratibu. Hii mambo bwana, hapana mzuri. Hii kuja ushikana mashati hapa. Somebody across the border doesn't understand what we are doing, especially when you're on the Ugandan border. You don't hear a thing. So we used to have our own muckrakers. I was involved as a muckraker, at least forced 2 or 3 ministers to vacate their offices. But we did it in Kiswahili, so, and we were very polite in Kiswahili, and very, very polite Kiswahili. So the Kenyans the civil society went to government. And here, government is very busy looking for people who are potential muckrakers. Because they've written 1 or 2 articles, it doesn't sound very happy for this woman. You know, why don't you make him district commissioner somewhere? So now they've gone into the habit, those potential muckrakers, they rake some muck a bit, then they wait to hear what government is saying. Unfortunately, some of them grow old and retire before they are told, now come, we have seen the muck that you are raking is going no place. Come and eat a little bit here. Literally, we have people in the media being paid, maybe not well, but employed as media persons who are not doing media work at all. They are praise singers. Kazi yao ni kuandika nyimbo za kusifu, You know, somebody was talking about AI here. And I said, AI now can produce poems in Kiswahili. And I think some of them are doing that. They're going to AI, getting some Kiswahili poem, how much we love our leaders and how good they are and how much we depend on them. And, so, and then tomorrow you find it either on the radio, on TV, or in the newspapers. AI now is being used to write praises for our leaders. And that's where your former or potential muckrakers, that's where they are employed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Theodora, yes, please.
My concern is, at first, he said that journalists are to blame because they are not doing analytical news, but I think journalists are not the one to be blamed because if they write even little sensitive things, their life are in danger. What will happen if they will unveil corruption in the government. Because I have done my research on climate change and I have investigated one of the journalists. I asked them, why are you not reporting drought and linking to climate change? But I got a lot of information. Like, one of the information is, do you think these experts are ready to talk? They are not ready to talk because they are afraid of the government. Because I have done one of the investigation concerning health and climate change, and when I did that, I went to interview one of the politicians, and once the news was out, because it was somehow negative, they received a call and asked to drop the news right away. So I think we have muckrakers, but they are not free to talk. I need a protection. The second question is, do you think there is a legal framework that protects these muckrakers? If there is, do you think they are followed? Because I doubt if there is concrete news that protect these muckrakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So the first question is, what? Is there any protection? There is no protection. There's no protection. This is a calling that one has, and risks always. Now, if somebody tells you, go ahead, be a muckraker, I will protect you, they are lying. To begin with, you don't say to anybody, say, go and be a muckraker. Somebody has to say, this is important for me to do. I have to expose this because I know it is dangerous for my society. I'm going to expose it. I always tell media practitioners, there is no story important enough to die for. And another dictum, if anybody tells you they are not afraid of anything in the world, they are either lying or they are mad. Everybody must have a measure of fear for something. Otherwise, it's a lie, or this man or woman is a mad person. Now, having said that, life is a struggle. Even getting out of your house every day to go to work to look for food for your family is a struggle. You take risks. Others stay at home. It is safer at home. But if you have chosen the task, you have accepted on yourself the task of being your brother's or your sister's keeper. That is to say, you are going to involve yourselves in things that concern you personally because you have a sense of justice, of fairness, of equality, of equanimity, of love for society, because this society has looked after you. It has had your back all the time you've been here. You want to give back to society. And your way of giving back is through media work. Then do it. It's a space that has to be occupied by people who are doing good for their country, because at the same time, that same space is being used by others who don't mean well at all for their country. And if it's too tough, give it up. Go and grow tomatoes. Because I have really never found somebody who had anything bad to say about tomatoes. Never. All the Professor Janabis, and I've never come across anybody who has said, tomatoes are bad for you. Grow tomatoes. But don't waste that space telling us that you are doing journalism when you are not. You are not doing journalism. You are not doing anything useful. If you are doing anything that nobody will miss if you stop doing it, stop doing it. Just do that thing because you know if you stop doing it, somebody will miss it. If not, be like us. Be just like us. Be quiet. Write good songs to praise the government. The minister who said once very famously, I'm telling you, this government loves you. I said, loves you? What? Government loves somebody? Then you should go and get married.
Thank you very much. Last question? No, this is the last question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your wonderful insights. I just want to make a comment on the concept of cracking. Almost a century ago, the American humorist and writer by the name Finley Peter Dan said the following about cracking as it is connected to investigative journalism.
Voice.
Yeah, McCracking, and McCrackers are those who are engaged in comforting the afflicted and afflicting the comfortable. That means by the time when the idea of McCracking came into existence, it was essentially used as a kind of revenge against the comfortable. So those who are engaged in McCracking as an axe to grind, they were essentially referred to as zealots. So I think what I'm saying is, if we're talking about investigative journalism as a profession, is it a good idea to of McCracking, which is normally associated with the negative connotations? Thank you.
We're talking about McCarthyism?
No.
I'm sorry, your voice was so low, I couldn't get some of the words.
Yeah, McCrackers are essentially, originally, they were considered as zealots, as people who have an axe to grind, because they go after those who are living in comfortable situations. So as the humorist and the satirical guy Finley normally refers, whenever you talk about McCrackers, usually that name comes out, Finley comes up, because it was those people who are engaged in afflicting the comfortable and
who have an axe to grind.
Yeah.
Because
so
their lives are not very comfortable, and they see these people elsewhere who look very comfortable. They are too comfy.
Not only their own life, but they are on the side of the downtrodden, okay, and just going after those who are living in a comfortable thing. But professional journalism is not something that you have an axe to grind. It's really it's a profession. Just because of the fact that somebody is living in a comfortable situation, you don't have to go after him or after her. So that is negatively associated with the idea of McCrackers. And so when you associate with professional investigative journalism, doesn't it really soil its name? And that is what I want to reflect on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think I understand you a bit better now. There is a sense of that, that you are not, and it's very rare that you'll find people, individuals, who come from the better off part of society doing muckraking. Some of them do. Those boys were not poor. Carl Bernstein and Bob Woodward. These were pretty smart kids from good families, but they're doing their job. They know there is something wrong here since the break-in at the Watergate Hotel. And they knew there's a story here. There's that nose for news. There's something happening here. And they start following it. The passion for, you know, a journalist is some kind of animal who cannot suppress the inquisitiveness, the desire to know more about this. I was having a struggling newspaper here, and that a boy we had trained for 2 weeks, you know, the kind of barefoot journalist, and he had gone back to Shinyanga, in the center of the country. And the MV Bukoba sank in Lake Victoria. And the following morning, early in the morning, at about 5 in the morning, he called to say, "Boss, I am here in Mwanza. This boat has sunk. Shall I send a story? Shall I file a story?" I said, "Please do." And he was employed from that time, because that's a journalist. He traveled 200 kilometers without telling anybody because he knew there was a story there. That passion, that fire that burns inside you, that pushes you to investigate a story, that even if somebody says, "Leave that story, I will give you 1 million or 10 million shillings," you say, "No, keep the money for me, I'll take it after I finish with my story." That is the kind of thing. That's the Carl Bernstein and Bob Woodward. We have you heard the story about the Ghanaian journalists and so on and so forth. Mark raking, though it sounds rather nasty, you're talking about going to the waste water and things like that. Is maybe a bad name, but it means you have a passion for it. Not necessarily because you have an axe to grind, not because you have a grudge against society or against people who are well off, better off than you are, but you want to see justice. For instance, me, I don't give a damn about somebody living like a potentate or a sultan or something, because I know they have their problems. They have so much money, they have so much property, they have their problems coming out of having so much wealth. I don't envy them at all. But I will write about them, or I will broadcast about them, because I think what they are doing is harmful to society. Somebody who does child trafficking, you don't even have to talk to me about how bad it is. That is bad. The only thing that I know I have to do, once I have my story ready, I've done my investigation, I'll have to go to him or her and show him or her, "This is what I have about you." We did it here several times. "This, sir, is what we have on you. Can you deny this? Help us by denying it, and we'll carry your denial." You think, you. Say, "Me what? Deny or confirm. You will see. You don't know me." Sorry, I don't know you. So there are so many people I don't know. But this, what about this story? Do you know it? Give them a fair chance of responding to your accusations. Don't say, we had people like that say, "I didn't check this. You didn't cross-check why? you know, the story was so nice. I thought if I cross-check, I'll kill the story. No, that's not the way you do it. Go to him or her and tell him, we know you have stolen $100,000 from the government coffers. Explain or deny. Be fair. Even in your judging of others, you be fair. A boy in Jerusalem, 2,000 years or so ago. Do unto others how do you have them do unto you. Supposing you are on the receiving end, would you have liked this way that these journalists are treating you, the way you are treating this person? Do unto others, but otherwise uphold ethical standards, be fair, do your job. Don't crowd spaces that you are not using, calling yourself a journalist when you are really a bureaucrat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our keynote, Mr. General Ulimwengu, for such an insightful. We are now going for a tea break, and we'll spend 15 minutes there. Afterwards, we are heading to our parallel sessions, and kindly, moderators, use only 1 hour, and then we shall convene in this conference at exactly 1 p.m. for the closing ceremony. Asante sana, asubuhi njema.
We're continuing with our conference, and this is the second day, and then we're going to go into the third day. So we truly wish for people who are watching us to continue to listen to the debate and the discussion that will be taking place in the next 2 days. It's very exciting, but also what is more exciting, we have a memorable trip to Zanzibar where our delegates will be able to go and visit the heritage sites, go to the Spice Island, go to Stone Town, go to the market. So it will be an exciting day, and I welcome you all, the delegates, to register for the trip to Zanzibar. It will be very memorable and a life experience, but also to continue to watch our Mlimani Media on YouTube to get all the news that is there about the conference. And it's a very exciting moment, and we wish for you to come and call a friend, and a friend should call a friend to be able to be part of this conference. It's an exciting conference. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. We're continuing with our conference. This is the second day, and then we're going to go into the third day. So we truly wish for people who are watching us to continue to listen to the debate and the discussion that will be taking place in the next 2 days. It's very exciting, but also what is more exciting, we have a memorable trip to Zanzibar where our delegates will be able to go and visit the heritage sites, go to the Spice Island, go to Stone Town, go to the market.
Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 24, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never silent. Zanzibar. Never is silent.
Mlimani Media UDSM, YouTube channel at the University of Dar es Salaam, and our social medias, Mlimani TV official, Facebook, Instagram, and through our School of Journalism, Mass Communication social media pages. Thank you so much. As you have seen, a lot of insightful have been shared by the panelists and actually by a lot of communication experts here, and we are not going for the break, but we have some interviews that will be conducted here. Now I have one of the participants that was among the panelists. Sir, welcome. Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
What is your name and where are you coming from?
I am Loti Makuza, coming from Smart Foundry. Yes.
Okay, I saw you. You were one of the panelists, and the discussion was about artificial intelligence. Tell me your insights about the topic.
Yeah, first of all, I was just, we were discussing the importance of artificial intelligence in public relations. And the aim was to make sure that how do PR practitioners utilize the AI features for them to effectively communicate. And one of my concerns is that we cannot compete with the AI, because AI, these are most of them are smarter than human beings. But the problem with the AI, these machines, they lack what we call human nature, the human touch. So we have to be even more wiser than machines. Yeah.
Do you think there's a need of training maybe for the PR practitioner on how to use AI?
Yeah, definitely. We have to train the PR practitioners on how to use the AI, because the AI tools helps them to communicate, to make sure that they provide what it has to take. Because when it comes even to events management, how are you going to write your press release and even the speech writing as well? So all these communications practitioners have to be trained on how the AI tools operate and on how the AI tools help them to make sure that they articulately communicate.
Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have another participant. Madam, welcome. Please introduce yourself. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
What is your name and where are you coming from?
My name is Dr. Gladys Muasia. I come from St. Paul's University, Kenya.
Okay. Did you present yesterday?
Yes, I did.
Can you share a little bit about your presentation?
Yeah, I was looking at sexual and reproductive health and how it is used among the youths, and mostly I was looking at how it is changing in the digital space. So many young people are now looking towards the digital space for information about their sexuality, and despite the space being so good, there are also some risks, especially in the area of disinformation and misinformation. Which I think the people who are designing these platforms should be aware of, and even the young people should be sensitized about the dangers of these spaces to be aware of.
Okay, so your experience attending, this is the last day of the conference. What are your key takeaways?
Okay, there are so many things. Let me say I've loved the place. I have loved the venue. In terms of, what can I say, we were well received and we have been shown around. Another thing, again, I've loved the sessions that have been here. They have been quite interactive, especially the AI conversation. It has been an eye-opener to me What happened is that I'm a lecturer and we are really facing challenges when it comes to the use of AI in the classroom, in teaching journalism, let's say just teaching media studies. It's quite a challenge, and we've been wondering how do we really incorporate AI in our work, and how can students incorporate AI in their work in a way that is ethical and does not maybe put students into a lot of trouble. And I've really learned a lot of insight from this space. I've learned more about misinformation and disinformation as well. I can say those are my key take-out points.
Thank you so much, and all the best.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is our last day of the 14th East African Communication Association Conference happening in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, hosted by the School of Journalism and Mass Communication. And now we have another participant.
Communications professional working in Dar es Salaam from my consultancy, Toolkit Communications.
Yes, in the panels, you're one of the panelists. The burning issues in this panel was artificial intelligence, the use of AI. So what are your concerns on it?
I think when it comes to the practice of public relations, we should use artificial intelligence wisely and carefully. It's still very important for us to really target the right audiences, to be able to be on the ground, but also to enhance what we are doing with artificial intelligence, but not to expect it to do all of our work for us. So that's important.
So is there any threat of using artificial intelligence?
Well, of course. I mean, any data that you put in it, whatever it gives you out, you don't know where the information is coming from. There is no citation. It's just giving you content. So there's a risk of using maybe somebody else's information that has been uploaded into the software. So, of course, there are a bit of privacy threats that could be there, copyright infringements, and so on.
So, and what would you tell the communication expert attending practitioners and communications on how to utilize the technology?
I think first of all, we really need to know the technology that we are using, so we need to be trained. You need to know what the benefits and what the effects might be, and then to really plan on in which part of our communications we are going to implement some of these technologies so that it's more beneficial, it supports our work, it boosts efficiency, but it doesn't take over everything that we do. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and all the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, keep following us through our YouTube channel, Mlimani TV UDSM, Instagram, Facebook, Mlimani TV Official, and this is our last day for the 14th East African Communication Conference hosted by the University of by the School of Journalism and Mass Communication at the University of Dar es Salaam. We have a lot of discussions going on after break, but for now, we're signing out. See you later. My name is Sakina Chambulilo. Thank you.
UDSM at the EMC, welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never silence. wow! Yes, yes, yes! UDSM and DMC welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar! Never is silent! Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar! Never is silent! Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar! Never is silent! Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar! Never is silent! UDSM and DMC welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar! Never is silent! UDSM and DMC welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never in welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never in UDSM and DMC welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never in UDSM and DMC welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never in UDSM and DMC, welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never in welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never in UDSM and DMC, welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never in UDSM and DMC, welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never in Oh, wow! Yes, yes, yes! UDSM and DMC welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar! Never in silence! Oh, wow! Yes, yes, yes! UDSM and DMC welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar! Never in silence! Oh, wow! Yes, yes, yes! UDSM and DMC welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar! Never in silence! Oh, wow! Yes, yes, yes! UDSM and DMC welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar! Never in silence!
EACA.
Oh, wow! Yes, yes, yes! UDSM and DMC welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar! Never is silent! Oh, wow! Yes, yes, yes! UDSM and DMC welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar! Never is silent! Oh, wow! Yes, yes, yes! UDSM and DMC welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar! Never is silent! Oh, wow! Yes, yes, yes! UDSM and DMC welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar! Never is silent! Oh, wow! Yes, yes, yes! UDSM
welcome you all, the delegates, to register for the trip to Zanzibar. It will be very memorable and a life experience, but also to continue to watch our Mlimani Media on YouTube to get all the news that is there about the conference, and it's a very exciting moment, and we wish for you to come and call a friend, and a friend should call a friend to be able to be part of this conference. It's an exciting conference. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. We're continuing with our conference. This is the second day, and then we're going to go into the third day. So we truly wish for people who are watching us to continue to listen to the debate and the discussion that will be taking place in the next 2 days. It's very exciting, but also what is more exciting, we have a memorable trip to Zanzibar where our delegates will be able to go and visit the heritage sites, go to the Spice Island, go to Stone Town, go to the market. So it will be an exciting day, and I welcome you all, the delegates, to register for the trip to Zanzibar. It will be very memorable and a life experience, but also to continue to watch our Mlimani Media on YouTube to get all the news that is there about the conference, and it's a very exciting moment, and we wish for you to come and call a friend, and a friend should call a friend to be able to be part of this conference. It's an exciting conference. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's have attention, please. We are starting this parallel session. I am Sister Professor Agnes Lucy Lando from Daystar University, Nairobi, Kenya. I'm chairing this session. We have 4 presenters: Dr. Abdisa Zerai from Addis Ababa University in Ethiopia. We also have Cheruiyot Chelagat from Daystar University, Nairobi. We have Mirembe Lydia from Uganda Christian University. And we have Monica Chibita from also Uganda Christian University. Like we said, we'll give you 10 minutes each. And at this point, I'd like to invite the first presenter, Dr. Abdisa Zerai, to come to the podium. And he's talking about the cost of dissent in a governance system characterized by political marketplace, a phenomenological study of independent journalists in Ethiopia. Daktari, please appreciate him as he comes forward. Thank you very much.
Do you want to move the slides yourself, or you want him to move for you?
He's going to move it. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Because I had that problem. So good afternoon. It is always difficult to speak being last speaker, or one of the last speakers. Anyway, I hope you would bear with me. So I can see from the, as you could see from the screen, the title of our study. In fact, it's a collaborative study. And me and 2 of my colleagues who couldn't make it to the conference carried out. The cost of dissent in a governance system characterized by a political marketplace, a phenomenological study of independent journalists in Ethiopia. Just to give you a little bit of background, the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front, or EPARDF, which is the predecessor of the incumbent, came into power in 1991. Since then, the Ethiopian political system had fundamentally been reorganized along ethno-linguistic cleavages. So our federal system is now organized ethnic or ethno-linguistically based. Regions are divided along ethno-linguistic cleavages. As a result of that, access to power and resources was predicated on such identity cleavages. So in order to have an access to power and resources, identity issue becomes a very critical phenomenon in the Ethiopian political system now. But it is increasing authoritarian penchant, and its failure to maintain its performance-led legitimacy, because the EPRDF was more of a developmental state kind of government. And so development of first and then democracy at the back burner. So the legitimacy came out of development is registered every year, even though democratically or electoral legitimacy was not that much. At least people gave credence to the government because of its economic performance. So its legitimacy came out of its economic performance. But it forced, and at the end of the day, even the economic performance itself was now in trouble. So at the beginning, there is no political legitimacy in the sense of electoral legitimacy. Its legitimacy is only dependent on performance. When that performance is actually waning, then a lot of problem came. It forces, then there was a lot of protest that was actually taking place, starting from 2015 on, especially spearheaded by the youth, and which forced the resignation of the Prime Minister, Haile Mariam Desalegn, on 15th February 2018, and paved the way for Abiy Ahmed to become Ethiopia's new Prime Minister on April the 2nd, 2018.
So upon assuming power, Prime Minister Abiy's government embarked or embraced a pan-Ethiopianist rhetoric as opposed to ethnic politics, that means, as an antidote to segmental pluralism, which had broadly characterized the EPRDF regime, because it knew that people are fed up with all this identity politics. Now, in order to buy the hearts and minds of people, it came with the whole notion of pan-Ethiopianist discourse. With such a rhetoric, Abiy garnered an overwhelming support from the broader Ethiopian society, both at home and abroad. So Prime Minister Abiy's government also promised, upon arrival, to overhaul government and enact institutional reforms and liberalize the political communicative environment in a bid to transition to a genuine democratic polity. That was music to the larger proportion of the Ethiopian society. Subsequently, therefore, Abiy's government embarked on sectoral reform endeavors in a wide range of areas and took encouraging measures in liberalizing the political communicative space, which includes, in fact, the media sphere. So the relative opening up of the political communicative space and the endeavor to create a conducive legal and policy environment engendered high hope that a genuine transformation was on the horizon. That was basically the belief on the part of the populace. But Prime Minister Abiy dissolved its predecessor, which is the EPRDF, and formed what appeared to be a pan-Ethiopianist party under the name of Prosperity Party, or PP, which is the governing party today. However, the Tigray People's Revolutionary Democratic Front, which was one of the 4 ethno-linguistic coalition governments that preceded this Prosperity Party, opposed the dissolution of the EPRDF and the formation of the Prosperity Party, and thereby refused to join this new government. So the disagreement gradually degenerated into the breaking out of war between the central government of Ethiopia and the Tigray regional state in November 2020. What is more, there were mushrooming various armed groups marauding in different parts of the country as well. So faced with all these challenges, the Prosperity Party, though still a pan-Ethiopianist in form, has fallen back to the previous ethno-linguistic-based political structure in terms of substance and practical operations, because it was threatened, so it came back to its default mode of cleaving to ethno-linguistic divisions that had been there before. But this time around, the structure operates with much weakened institutionalization as well as with much more eroded public trust. When the EPRDF was in power, the structure was very strong. It was highly institutionalized, more of highly centralized structure. But now, this one was in trouble in terms of institutionalizing. It's much more weakened compared to the previous one. And such a system is less likely to be at peace with journalistic independence that value dissent, and more likely to subject independent journalists to harassment and threat because of insecurity of the regime itself. Thus, the study aims at examining the cause of dissent that comes with journalistic independence. When you're operating independently in this kind of political climate, what is the cause of that dissent? To this, and it aims to specifically address the following 4 research questions. How do journalists who have endured hardships as a result of their journalistic work recount their experience? How do journalists who have experienced suffering due to their journalistic work describe the impact of their experience on the journalistic profession? How do journalists who have been jailed in connection with their work articulate the impact of their experience on their sense of safety and security and the overall well-being of their families? And why do journalists, in light of what they have experienced, make broader political reform in today's Ethiopia? These are the 4 research questions that guide the study. Theoretical framework. So when it comes to theoretical framework, the study was informed by Alex Diolle's theoretical concept of political marketplace. And I'm sure that some of you know Professor Alex Diolle, which is executive director of the World Peace Foundation at the Fletcher School of Governance and Democracy, Law and Democracy, Diplomacy, I'm sorry, in Tufts University. Almost 4 decades on African elite politics. So he's a very well-recognized figure when it comes to the African politics. So in the quest for understanding the system of governance in societies where institutions and the rule of law are weak and dysfunctional, Alex de Waal came up with the theoretical concept of political marketplace. According to de Waal, the political marketplace refers to a system of governance or a system of transactional politics in which political loyalties or allegiances and services are exchanged for material rewards. In the political marketplace, de Waal argues that institutions are subordinated to monetize transactional relationships. The Ethiopian media is operating in a governance structure or system that is characterized by such kind of political marketplace. Because the system is weakened, institutionally it is weakened, and it is clinging to its ethno-linguistic cleavages. So in order to stay in power, such kind of political marketplace become the business model. As a political marketplace is a highly materialistic and instrumentalist framework, it provides little space for ideas and norms. In the absence of ideals and norms that regulate the system, journalistic independence rooted in the principles of truth-seeking and truth-telling would be a costly venture. And though those who dare to remain independent, descend from the official line, and refuse to reproduce officially sanctioned version of truth would have to endure the ire of the power holders. So methodologically, in order to address the research questions stated earlier, we employed phenomenology both as a theoretical frame as well as a method, because it allows us to illuminate rich descriptions of personal meanings of the participants' lived experience related to their imprisonment, etc. So I think I have to keep being warned, etc. So if you raise questions, I may probably address the details that we go through. So findings. One, we have dramatized arrest is one of it. So when the system is basically arresting these independent journalists, it is basically being dramatized. Almost 10 to 100 policemen, plainclothes, and in fact sometimes in a uniform came to the house of individuals and picked them up and whisked them away from their places. I cannot basically go in detail in order to explain that. So the second finding was basically enforced disappearance. People are whisked away from the streets, in the workplaces, in different places, and nobody knew sometimes for 3 months or 6 months the whereabouts of those journalists who were picked up from the street. So enforced disappearance. Concocted trumped up charges. The charges were basically concocted and trumped up charges. That had nothing to do with the journalistic work, because they knew that our new law, does not allow pre-detentions of a journalist. So it was simply a concocted kind of thing. So when one thing fails in the court, and then bring another one, in order to keep the journalist in prison for a long time. Weaponizing the court system. The court system of being weaponized again because when a journalist turns into the court, if they are basically given a bail and then they appeal to the higher court, so the guy is not going to be released and he is going to again sent to the prison. Another one, next time another bail given, another appeal comes. So for 1 year or 2 years, they in prison. And inhumane treatment of detainees. This is expressed through putting detainees small and overcrowded rooms, abuse, torture, and traumatization, and impact of those harassment on the exercise of the journalistic profession, where there's quite a lot of negative repercussions with reference to their work. A lot of them are basically fearing of their own lives, their families in bad shapes, and a lot of them contemplating exile. In fact, many of them have left. Some of them have quit entirely the profession, and some of them, immediately even after the interview was made, they were sent back to prison and spent, in fact, 6 months or 8 months. Some of them are in prison now. Some of them are basically released a month or 2 months ago. Their sense of well-being, always they are being threatened because of psychological trauma they have, and family, almost a problem in the family because of the financial crisis, psychological turmoil, dissolved marriages, etc., and etc. And then the conclusion. Owing to the vagaries of the political market that structure Ethiopia's current system of governance, the media and the broader communicative space has increasingly been narrowing and is unlikely to improve anytime soon. Taking all this taking into account, it could be said that the much hyped Ethiopia's political reform seems to have largely waned. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. We've given him 13 minutes, so we shall do that for all the rest. And we appreciate Daktari for the presentation, especially the findings. We shall be interacting with your work immediately after the other presenters. So the next presenters, I give you 10 minutes. When I give you the warning, it means you have 3 minutes. Then the third warning, you stop. So the next presenter is Cheruyot Chelagat from Daystar University, and she's talking about a constructive journalism approach in reporting general elections in Kenya. Chelagat, karibu sana. Let's appreciate her as she's coming forward. Thank you very much. No, not that one. The one written on Chelagat. A constructive journalism approach in reporting general elections in Kenya.
This one, which one is forward?
All right, so Chelagat, you are 10 minutes start now.
Thank you. So mine is work in progress. It's a proposal. And I'm looking at a constructive journalism approach in reporting general elections in Kenya. So as we all know, media plays a pivotal role in enhancing democracy through informing the public, shaping opinions, and providing checks on the electoral processes and issues. And by providing this critical information, fostering public debates, and ensuring transparency, the media empowers citizens to make informed choices. So given this strategic role of the media in the election process, this study seeks to interrogate the extent to which the Kenyan newspapers utilized constructive journalism in coverage of 2022 general elections in Kenya. And I'm looking at the presidential elections. So those are some of the newspaper headlines. So looking at a bit of background about media coverage of general elections in Kenya. General elections in Kenya have been characterized by sharp contestations that emanate from many important presidential elections. Because the way the coverage is done, the media is perceived as divided along political lines. And when you watch news or even read the newspapers during the electioneering period, normally you'll be able even to tell which media house is supporting which candidate because of how they frame them. So that complicates their ability to provide a balanced, objective, and fair representation of facts during elections. And It's against this background that I'm looking at how journalists can report elections constructively without being biased. So, Kenya has had a history of elections that are marked with violence and tensions, sometimes leading to loss of lives. We have had destruction of property, disruption of economic progress and displacement of people, and especially during the 2007 elections, we had post-election violence in Kenya. In 2017, it wasn't that bad, but we had repeat elections because there were issues of malpractices. And the kind of coverage by the Kenyan media has been that of sensationalism, conflict, partiality, and that contributes to heightened political tension and public mistrust. People no longer trust the media because of how they do the coverage. So this constructive journalism comes as an alternative framework, especially in the context of reporting elections. How can journalists report constructively instead of focusing on sensationalism and conflict? This constructive journalism aims to provide a balanced and solution-oriented perspective. Professor in the morning, Dr. Ulimwengu, talked about quality journalism. Where are the good journalists? So this constructive journalism is good journalism, quality journalism, where journalists are able to do a good story that is well balanced, well sourced, well told, and providing context. He talked about providing context. So the research questions that will guide this study are: how were elements of constructive journalism deployed? How were elements of constructive journalism deployed by the Daily Nation and the Standard newspapers in their coverage of Kenyan 2022 presidential elections? I'm looking at the two newspapers, which are the leading newspapers in Kenya, the Daily Nation and the Standard. The second research question is: to what extent did the constructive journalism approach contribute to a more informed and nuanced understanding of the presidential candidates in the Kenyan 2022 elections? And the third one is: what are the challenges faced by the Kenyan print media in adopting constructive journalism practices in their election coverage? And this study will be guided by framing theory. This theory argues that the media shape reality based on events. The way the stories are framed will affect how the people make decisions about maybe the candidates, for example, who to vote for. So in this case, constructive framing should be used to lead the public towards perceiving presidential elections as a moment to engage in healthy political competitions and uphold peace and social cohesion in Kenya. Because media has been accused of too much polarization. By focusing on the negative, they have caused divisive politics. That is why this constructive journalism should be employed. And the empirical literature, I'm not going to go through all of them, but some of the factors, according to Kiambi, 2019, that influence news production include ownership of the media house, state control and influence, political powers and interests, and lack of proper training. Sometimes it's not possible to be objective, maybe because of who is the owner of the media house and other also political interests and powers. And the journalists also sometimes lack proper training. So the methodology will be qualitative content analysis. The target population is all the presidential election hard news stories. I'll be looking at the hard news stories in the Nation, Daily Nation, and the Standard newspaper. And I'll focus on the headlines and the hard news stories between 1st June to August 8, 2022. That is the campaign period. I will also interview 8 journalists from the 2 media houses who will be purposefully picked, sampled. The editors and the journalists who did the stories, I'll look at the byline. Data will be generated from the articles, and I will do the in-depth interviews for the journalists and editors. Then the data will be coded and analyzed thematically. Expected contributions of this study. One is inform media policies and guidelines promoting more responsible and constructive election reporting. Also, the development of framework for implementing constructive journalism in reporting future elections. Adopting constructive journalism will enhance democratic processes and public trust in the media. And we also hope that through this study, the understanding of constructive journalism, especially in the context of election reporting, will be enhanced. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Legat. Let us appreciate her. Thank you for saving my minutes. You did 9 minutes and 30 seconds. So we are grateful for that. We look forward to reading your findings. Well done. We now go to the next presenter, Mirembe Lydia, and your colleague. Chalagat is a PhD student, so is Mirembe Lydia. So I want to appreciate our students for being brave and presenting yourselves in this forum. So well done. Mirembe, it's there. The remote is there. Why is it written Mirembe Lydia and Senyonjo? Who is Senyonjo? So from your program, it looks like 2 people, but it is Mirembe Lydia Senyonjo. It's one person.
One person.
Okay. So could you go to Lydia's, Mirembe's?
No.
And Lydia, we shall also give you 13 minutes. So at the end of 10 minutes, I'll give you a warning. And the second warning, it will mean you stop. All right. We are looking for Lydia. Or we are looking for Senyonjo, who is not here. All right. Oh, you sent it on email, not on Flash? Wow. So the email is coming. Is computer AI, as we are getting the materials out of the computer. We don't want to go to the AI discussion. All right, Lydia is here, and we are giving you 13 minutes.
Okay.
You have the remote?
Yep.
Can you test it? Okay, beautiful. So your 10 minutes start now. 13, start now.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, sister. And thank you, everybody, for being present. I'll try to keep within the time. Sister has introduced me so well. I'm a PhD student at UCU, Mukono. And this is work in progress. But yeah, these are the ideas that I'm harboring for now. My research topic is towards sustainable behavior change, evaluating communication strategies in Uganda's national handwashing campaign. I'll go straight to the background. I don't know why it's cut off. Just go on? All right. Okay, so it's commonly known, I'm not assuming, but it's common knowledge that many of the diseases that we suffer are preventable if we can only do some good hygiene. And according to the Ministry of Health of Uganda and the World Health Organization, 75% of diseases are preventable if we could just wash our hands well. In Uganda, where I'm doing this study, as of June 2023, only 46% of the population washed their hands at critical times. Critical times being before eating food, after washing the baby's bottom, after visiting the toilet, after nursing the sick. And so there's a very small percentage of people that practice good hand hygiene. And we don't want to assume that people are just not, they just don't know what to do, but there's a whole set of factors responsible for that, which I intend to find out in my study. So in order to reduce or to try and reduce the disease burden at household level, the National Sanitation Working Group in Uganda launched the hand washing campaign, the National Hand Washing Campaign, in 2007. And over those years, we have seen changes, sometimes changes for the better, sometimes changes for the worse. But this is where I really want to go into and see the effectiveness of the communication strategies that have been applied in this long-running campaign. Just 5 years after the launch of the campaign, the World Bank Water and Sanitation Program undertook a midterm study to see whether this campaign was having any impact. And in their findings, the number of people that were washing their hands after cleaning the baby's bottom increased from 19% to 31%. And the number of people that changed their hand washing habits after using the toilet increased from 14% to 25%. And then those that washed their hands before feeding the baby increased from 6% to 8%. What does this mean? That actually when campaigns are implemented, the likelihood of changing behavior and having that positive impact is high. But we need to go and find out what is it about those strategies and how can they be made more effective. So I'll also look at the COVID-19 season because it was also a major event in the life of this hand-washing campaign. 2 months into the COVID outbreak in Uganda, a study was conducted by some health communication specialists and to establish compliance to hand-washing standards, because as soon as we got into COVID-19, the hand-washing campaign was intensified. And at that moment, they surveyed 1,726 participants, out of which 96% complied to the hand-washing standards. What does that mean about campaigns and the timing and the strategies and the moment at which campaigns are implemented? So, but after COVID-19, by June 2023, we had fallen back to 46%. So what are the factors that influence these patterns? I've already mentioned people are generally responsive to campaign messages, but there are so many other factors. Why is it that during COVID-19, we had 96%, when as soon as we finished COVID-19, we came back to 46%? Is it about the design and implementation of the campaign? Is it about the message? Is it about other factors? You know, and then, most importantly, why are we not able to maintain the behaviors that we adopt during the active phase of the campaign? Yeah, so the problem statement I've summarized there, that behavior change interventions are effective in supporting individuals to achieve temporary behavior change. However, behavior change maintenance is rarely attained. That's the gist of my study. So the purpose is to evaluate the communicative factors that influence the maintenance of behavior change beyond the campaign's active phase. I'll run through the research objectives very quickly. We want to evaluate the communicative strategies applied in the National Handwashing Campaign, to examine the factors that motivate people to adopt desired behaviors and how these relate to communication interventions, and to examine to assess the insights and experiences of people who successfully sustain campaign-induced behaviors, and the role of communication strategies in that sustenance, and then propose models for workable communication strategies and techniques for sustainable behavior change. Okay, those are my research questions. The central research question is, what are the communicative factors affecting maintenance of hand hygiene as a behavior acquired from the National Handwashing Campaign? And support questions, there are 4. What communication strategies were employed in the National Handwashing Campaign? How effective were the communication strategies in promoting sustainable handwashing practices? To what extent did other non-communicative factors influence the success or failure of the communication strategies? And then what strategies and models can be adopted to improve future health communication interventions? Because of time and resources, the scope of this study will mostly be in the context of the National Handwashing Campaign strategies, and I'll select only 2 districts. It's a nationwide campaign, but I'll select only 2 districts. Even in those districts, I will select only 2 communities, and for purposes of catering for the unique features of each setting, I'll select an urban community and a rural community. Let me just use this to show the conceptual framework. This study is in the broad realm of health communication, where we have social and behavior change communication as a key element or area of study. And then when we're doing social and behavior change communication campaigns, you have different approaches: social marketing, advocacy, public education, dissemination of IEC materials, participatory community communication. These are all approaches that are applied in campaigns, and we need to see how they all result into sustainable behavior change. This is largely in the interpretivism, pardon me, I can't say it without biting my tongue, but I hope we are together. And so it's really a qualitative study, and I'll use, let me just go straight to the methods: interviews, focus group discussion, and document analysis. And these will all be, around the qualitative design. I think I'll not go into the significance of the study because, it's fairly straightforward. So Sister has warned me, and I don't want to be the one to defy the rules, but briefly, that's where we're going. Thank you very much.
You actually have 3 minutes to go.
Oh, really? Okay. Now that I've concluded, I'll spare you the minutes, Sister.
Let us appreciate her. Thank you very much. What a lovely way to end, to donate some minutes to me. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate her once again. Thank you very much. We actually honor the graduate students who have attempted to present papers during this conference. Some of us never did when we were students. We would not just stand there. So we thank you for doing that. Our next and final presenter is Professor Monica Chibita from Uganda Christian University. And her research topic is Policy Research, the Media and Democracy in East Africa, looking back a decade. Let's appreciate Professor Chibita as she gets to the stage. Thank you very much. Prof, you're welcome. You have 13 minutes, which I will start counting once your slides are up.
13 plus 3. Lydia donated 3.
She donated to me.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So that is my topic, and there are 3 of us, myself, James Tumsime, who's presenting next door, and the third person is Alex Tarema, and he had to leave. So I'm presenting on behalf of 3 people. I am going to go extremely fast because I have a lot to cover. So tighten your seat belts and bear with me. So there are indications that what we lack in East Africa is not good media policies, but their implementation. And our fortunes as the East African countries are intertwined, whether we want to accept it or not. There appears to be an uptake gap which many believe can be addressed via increased regulations for regulators and the industry, improved communication and engagement, improved gender awareness and responsiveness, as well as collaboration across sectors and across borders. The uptake gap affects regulators, media practitioners, and academics especially, and those are the groups that we focus on. We also look at media development, organizations, and media partners generally. The study is conceived within the framework of media policy and regulation, democratic theory of media and democracy. And of course, we don't have the time to go into the details, but these are some key readings. And the problem is that research uptake in the realm of media and regulation is suboptimal in East Africa due to several interrelated factors. One of them is changing media environments. Another is competing stakeholder interests. Then there are communication barriers. I don't know why the microphone is whistling at me. Also, there's an increased demand to make research acceptable, to make it digestible, to simplify it, to visualize it, and so on. There is also inadequate generation of evidence according to the literature, that there is not enough evidence generated. There are barriers, but there are also knowledge barriers, there are attitude barriers, and so on, that you have to overcome to ensure that there is uptake of research. There are failures in engagement, and there is a general lack of institutional capacity for implementation, according to the literature. So the purpose of this study was to explore what key stakeholders think about the status of media policy and regulation research uptake among policymakers and regulators, media practitioners, global and local media support groups, and academics. And these are the objectives. I'll just project them because you'll read them faster than I can. And the research questions are related to those objectives. So the method is a little complicated. We intended to have a mixed method study, and in fact we embarked on one. For purposes of this presentation, we'll focus mostly on the qualitative, but we will flash a little bit of the quantitative. I would like to explain that we had a very difficult time figuring out how big our population was for the quantitative study. It's hard to know how many media practitioners there are, how many regulators, and so on, because there aren't that good databases that will give you all this information in one place. So we started a survey, and the response has been a bit slow. So far we have about 60 responses. which we think, though, is good enough for us to be able to say some things because it supports the qualitative data. So we so far conducted 12 key informant interviews with regulators, academics, practitioners, and in our sampling for the qualitative is a combination of purposive sampling and snowball sampling. And the criteria for inclusion is simply that you have 5 or more years experience with media policy or media practice, or you are in the academia for that period of time. And at this stage, we are reporting mostly on Kenya and Uganda because that's where we've done most of our interviews. I would like to then skip very quickly, sister, how many minutes do I have?
Now you have 9.
Okay. I'd like to skip very quickly and give you a sneak preview of our, if you open the other one, of our quantitative data. Very, very briefly. I'll not take very long on it, and I hope I can switch back easily. Thank you. So we have 60 responses so far. We did an online survey. We have 60 responses so far from the categories that I just named. And the average work experience of people who responded, practitioners who responded, and regulators about 7.5 years. And Uganda and Kenya contributed more than 80% of the survey so far, as you will see briefly. These are the fields, the kinds of people that responded to the survey. The 40% is academia, then 26.7% is media and editorial people. We have a 13.3% media partners, then 10% media regulators, and then media development is the yellow one. Our preliminary findings indicate that there is a general lack of awareness, at least within the 60 people that we have surveyed. There is a general lack of awareness about available research on media policy and regulation among policymakers and practitioners. Hardly anybody we asked was able to name 2 studies, except for the people in academia. Then some respondents find the research highly relevant, while others feel it's outdated. And this is what the responses look like in terms of relevance. How relevant do you think current policy on media on regulation, policy and regulation is? That's how the responses panned out. And then this was done by Alex, our guru, and he admits that he used AI to generate some of these images. So that's a declaration. So digital media highlighted as areas that need more regulation. As you can see the long bar there, we asked them what areas do you think need more research or more regulation? And the highest were digital media and artificial intelligence. I'll go very quickly, the use of research evidence in formulating policies and regulations. Many respondents indicated that a lot of them think that research is somewhat accessible. The majority of them think it's somewhat accessible. In other words, there isn't that enthusiastic response to say that research is very, very accessible. And then the interesting one is top 5 sources of information. I'm sure my minutes are running. Top 5 sources of information on media policy regulation for policymakers and practitioners. The top one was workshops and conferences. And we figured out that that was because that is where research is disseminated. And in the qualitative interviews, it came out clearly that dissemination was a very big issue, that people were more likely to be enthusiastic about research if it had been publicly disseminated and simplified. The others you can see for yourselves, and I will now exit and go back to my qualitative. Okay, so in the findings, I'll not give you the highlights, I'll just go straight into the findings. we asked people about what they thought about the general regulatory environment in their country and in the region. And the majority of them did not have a very positive view. And a lot of people said current policy and regulation is out of sync with the times and needs review, has not been refreshed. Some of them, they said, since 2014. Reviews have been characterized by ad hocness and cherry picking. So you only get the policy reviewed if government has a particular problem in a particular area, like regulating bloggers and so on. Then there is a perceived lack of commitment to implementation among practitioners. In Uganda, there is the impression that although there are many potentially restrictive laws, there is not enough will or resource to enforce them, and journalists see this as an opportunity to bypass some of the laws and regulations. So, okay. So we are told that the regulation is good on paper, applicable when needed, and could be highly enabling, but because of the resource gap and prioritization, it ends up not serving its actual purpose. How much value do they place on academic research? There's a tendency to dismiss academic research. And one of the people we interviewed said, if industry players understand the role of research, it becomes easier for them to utilize the findings and accept the conclusions without thinking that the research is for classroom discussion. And in terms of accessibility, there were three problems. One is that there isn't enough research available in the first place. The second one is that a lot of the research is produced by NGOs. And thirdly, that there is a huge dissemination gap. We asked a few questions about gender responsiveness, and there is a belief that there is a level of gender blindness when it comes to policy research. And this has implications for diversity and representation, equity, but also for uptake. Uptake is highly dependent on whether the research is available and directly relates to the industry's practices. And applied industry-focused research tends to have higher consumption rates and uptake rates among media practitioners because it is seen as relevant, but it tends to focus on a particular issue, like freedom of expression, the media landscape, viability, not necessarily on policy. There is not that much focusing specifically on policy. And there is a voice there that says the level of uptake, I would say, is fairly moderate. And it's fairly moderate because it's not systematic. Individual media houses pick individual output from research and policy papers. At individual level, you have editorial directors looking for this research. I'm jumping some words. And what they do with them sometimes is not very clear. And that most regulators are really looking for practical solutions. They are not interested in understanding all of the environment. They are only looking for solutions. We also looked at barriers. We asked them what barriers they see, and the barriers in the literature are broken down into structural, knowledge, and attitude barriers. And things like culture, trust issues, funding, and capacity were mentioned repeatedly in the interviews. Also mentioned was political interference and lack of political will. One respondent said that diplomacy sometimes comes in the way of uptake because donors sometimes don't want to spoil their relations with government, and so they keep quiet when they should speak up. And we asked them about mitigation measures. I'll not go into that. I'll just go straight to my preliminary conclusions. Just to say that one mitigation measure that was suggested was that we create a chatbot for media and policy and regulation information that people can use. So research is key for policy and regulation. Evidence must be available and quality must be assured. It's important to have an eye on diversity given our complex makeup. Engagement and collaboration across sectors is important. Identifying and addressing or working around barriers is also important. Continuous diplomacy to nurture political commitment to implementation, and the need to disseminate strategically, systematically, and continually. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Chibita. Let us start with better claps. Please stay here. Prof, please stay here. One, take the middle seat. Chelagat. come to the left of Prof. And Dr. Zirai, please come here, one next to me. And our friend Lydia, please come forward as well. We want professors to be separate so that at least you can give some anointing to the young one. So you come here so that Lydia can come there and Chalagat can go to the end. We believe that some anointing can come from you and move to the young. All right, so we are going to have some interactions, Q&A with regard to the presentations. First of all, once again, I would like to appreciate each of the presenters. Thank you very much for your work. All right, question, comment, hands up. Yes, we have one there. Help us with the microphone to the gentleman there. Give us your name and your institution. Any other? Yes, we have these two. So we go there, then to the lady and the gentleman. Could you go there first? Yes, thank you. Then the lady and the gentleman. Address your question or comment to one of the presenters or both or all by name, okay?
Yes, I would like first of all to thank the previous presenters. My issue is I'm reacting to the presentation from Professor Monica Chibita. My name is John Semakula, and I come from Uganda Christian University. Professor, I would like to think that the reason why the people in practice, the journalists in practice, do not necessarily know the policies which are being drafted for the operations of the media is that they do not usually target the areas which directly affect their operations. So even if they do not take time to understand these policies, they can operate over a long period of time without the policies affecting them. So I think that's one of them. The other aspect is that there is need to involve, I don't know whether you've mentioned that, there is need to involve the journalists themselves when it comes to drafting policies. And also at the point of disseminating this information, I think it is important that the people who have done these policies can go and interact with the journalists in the newsrooms. That might help at a certain point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof, take note the question. We shall come to you for feedback. There was a lady here. Give the lady, the gentleman, and then this gentleman. So the lady first. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have two questions. One question is to Lydia, and the other is to Professor Chibita. I would like to ask Lydia as to what you expect your research how you expect your research to contribute to health-related issues. Your findings, what do you expect your findings to, how do you expect them to contribute to hygienic behaviors, considering cultural backgrounds of different groups of people? And then to Professor Chibita, I'd like to ask her whether you also would explore the media regulating authorities, and in terms of who are the people who set the media policies?
All right, thank you. Let's take those two so that we give the panelists an opportunity to respond. You can give him the microphone since it's close to you, then you give to the gentleman next there.
Yes, thank you so much, moderator. My name is Ali Mayala Mbogo from the Tanzania Sunday newspaper, TSN. I have a comment here, and my comment is specifically on the research concerning sustainable behavior change. This is very, very interesting research which is on process, but from that topic now, this is a call of action, to the media people, because what is missing in media outlet currently is the so-called permanent behavior change or sustainable behavior change. And why? Because we are living in the so-called competitive media, whereby every media try to create content which in one or another can attract more audience and whatever. Is there now you can find now we lack the so-called focus on important issue of the public interest. So to me, I think with this research now, it should come now with ways to ensure that this media focus but specifically for the sake of changing permanent, meaning the behavior of those actors, be in politics or in other sector of significance to the community. But again, by connecting with...
Okay, summarize, please.
Yes, thank you. But again, by connecting with the morning presentation on the issue of constructive journalism, because investigative journalism, the only way that can help us, journalists, to be protected is to ensure that, first of all, we inform enough the public so that at the end of the time, if the public are well informed, as the one who can protect, in turn, I mean, we journalists. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Professor Chibita, that could be a contribution to your paper. Probably he needs to get that survey. He could be able to contribute and share. Last question from him. We shall come back round two. Yeah, the one here. This one. Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Prosper Mwalembe, here, the recent graduate at this university of Dar es Salaam School of Law, currently lawyer. So I would like to have a question on the first presentation of this session, which have titled "The Cost of the Descending Government System Characterized by the Political Marketplace." And I think all of these East Africa communities have at least provision in their constitution concerning right to information and having dissemination of this information, rightful one. And this is a duty of every, I think, every journalist and communication members. So my question is, you've talked about issues of enforced disappearance, issues of weakening court systems and imprisonment. What is your approach concerning these issues when your member or a person is have been imprisoned? Do you end only to the local courts or local issues that are concerning to your members? So what is your approach concerning these issues and when you tackle these problems? That is my question.
Great. Thank you very much. And Chalagat, your question is, this is out of curiosity, there are many newspapers in Kenya. Why did you settle for the Standard and daily newspapers? So we have each one of you a minute and a half to respond to the questions that have been raised. We start with Dr. Zerai. The question has just been addressed to you now, and we all move towards that direction. Zerai?
Thank you very much. I'm not exactly sure whether I understood your question, but I'll try to respond. Yes, if you look at, the legal system on paper, all the media laws and media policies on paper, they are really up to standard. But the problem is, because of the very fact that the system is fragile and is in transition, institutional things are put aside, and in a political marketplace, what is given more currency is transactional politics. So it is, especially when the dimension of ethnic politics comes into play, in order to stay in power, and then you have your constituency, and then you disseminate and distribute rents to your constituency, and you keep your constituency happy in that kind of materialistic transactions so that, you know, they keep you in power. So what happens is when journalists are basically, especially those who refuse to tiptoe the official line of narratives and being independent, when they are whisked away and sometimes, you know, brought to court, the court system has problem of independence. And therefore, since the already, the prosecutors basically know the Ethiopian media law, which really prohibits pre-detention trial. So they do not basically refer to the law, because if you're going to refer to the fact that they are being detained because of the journalistic work they do, that means they cannot defend in the court because the law does not allow them to put in prison. So they go kind of conspiring against the government, dealing with the kind of terrorists, etc., different kind of charges. So when even the court of law gives bail, they would actually come with a different kind of law. Instead of releasing the guy, they would actually say that we need more time in order to collect evidence X and Y, Z. So when this does not work, after 2 or 3 months, they would come up with another scenario. And then they would ask the court system to extend the time of stay in the prison until they frustrates the journalists in prison for sometimes for a year, for 2 years, for 3 years, depending on the case. So it's not really that we don't have those things on paper. The law is on paper, but because of this institutional weakness, the political system falling in the hands of these transactional politics, the court system is not really working well, and that is how it ends up in this kind of vicious circle. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zirai. Lydia, 1 minute or less.
Okay, thank you. Elva wants to know research or in which ways my research will contribute to health-related issues in the context of cultural backgrounds. I emphasized very much that this research will try to find out the factors that influence audiences to maintain the desirable behaviors they acquire from health campaigns. And I believe that when those factors come up, among which would definitely be culture, then that will inform one of the key outputs that I mentioned again of this study, which is to develop workable models, something that works effectively to drive towards sustainable behavior. So I believe that through exploring those different factors and the different approaches to social and behavior change communication, I'll then generate enough information or enough pointers to develop those models that I talked about. And that will really be one of the key contributions, among others. And TSM, yes, I'd like to agree with the journalist. Here we have been learning very much a new concept of constructive journalism. I think it's the time now for journalists like you to be very deliberate about focusing on issues of public interest. There's a lot of focus on scandals, on politics, on business, and we forget health, which is a most critical factor that influences the success of all these other things in our communities, our countries. So please, take it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Chibita, do a good summary of the questions in a minute or less.
I seem to have lost my voice. Okay, so I'll respond to Mr. Semakula very quickly, particularly on the issue of involvement of journalists. It came up very strongly. In fact, one of the journalists we interviewed said at her media organization, once they brought a person to speak to the journalists and the editors about the laws and the regulatory environment and the infringements that they were likely to get into or had gotten into, something changed at the organization. But I would like to say, having sat on a regulatory body for 4 years, that it is not accidental that journalists are left out of the consultation. Sometimes it's very systematic. I remember we had a public hearing once, and the chairperson of the board, who was also the CEO of the regulatory body, said, do not invite journalists, they make too much noise. So it's not accidental, and so that's one of those barriers we have to work around. Then Elva asked about the laws. Who makes the regulations? There are clear regulatory bodies, some of them statutory, that are supposed to come up with the regulations. Policy comes from government and so on. But the processes are very clearly defined on paper. The devil is in the details. The processes have been abused and circumvented and so on and so forth. So the solution seems to be in securing the independence of the regulatory bodies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Chelagat, 1 minute or less.
Thank you, Prof. Okay, why the Standard newspaper and the Daily Nation is because of the wider readership, and also they are the leading newspapers in terms of market share, and also the coverage of news. It is nationwide, and also they are English newspapers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm asking the MC to come forward, and as he's doing that, there was a hand there in the spirit of justice. You don't want to, it's answered. All right. Okay, there's one here. MC, be coming. Give her the microphone. Come faster than the MC. All right, we are stealing a few seconds from the MC. Go on.
Yeah, okay, now my question I'm addressing to, is it hand washing? Yes, now my question is, are you going just to look at all the hand washing messages, or are you focusing on very specific hand washing messages? So different messages may have different impact. Huh? So I don't know if you are grouping all the messages about hand washing together, or you are looking at maybe a very specific message and how it is being perpetuated.
Please do 25 seconds. That's a straightforward question.
I'll focus on a specific season actually in the campaign. That's 2020 to 2024. There are specific messages in there. I'll not go into detail, but I can chat with you about that. But that's the season.
Good answers. Let us appreciate them. Thank you very much. Panelists, we ask you now to go back to the floor, and you can always continue the discussions offline. You can meet each one of them and have more discussion. Thank you very much for your time and for your researches. Clap for them. Thank you. Well done.
Yeah, just to announce that that survey I talked about is still running, and I really, really would appreciate your views. If you want to know how to get access to it, just let me know, or I will leave my email with the organizers. Thank you.
Now you are asked to take your best seats and be alert, because we are coming to a very important session of our conference here at the University of Dar es Salaam, and I want to ask the MC to take over from here. Thank you. Please clap for this moderator.
Thank you very much, Sister Professor Blando. I would like to let you all know that the guest of honor for the closing ceremony is already here. So we are going to start very shortly. University Choir, please be ready. As she enters, we will all stand and be guided by the University Choir for the national anthem, Tanzanian national anthem, and then followed by the East African and African Union songs. And then right after, we will proceed with the program agenda. Ushers, please help me remind the dancing group to be ready, because not very long from now, they are going to be called on stage, so they need to be ready. And those who are still out of this auditorium, please invite them in, ushers.
Sebenarnya.
Asante kwaya. Asante kwaya. Asante sana kwaya. Mgeni rasmi ndio anafika. The guest of honor is arriving. May we please be on our feet. May we please all stand up and invite her. And directly we are going to be guided by the university choir with the national anthem. Karibu sana mgeni rasmi. A round of applause as she heads to her position. Her name is Miss Ruth Mtui. She's representing the Secretary General of the East African Community. Tubaki tumesimama kwa ajili ya wimbo wa taifa. Kwaya kuu, University Choir, karibuni. Asante sana. Let's be seated. Guest of honor, Ms. Ruth Mtui, who is representing the Secretary General of East African Community, Her Excellency Veronica Moeni Nduva, EACA President, Professor Margaret Juko, Dean of the hosting school, the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, Dr. Mona Mwakalinga, convener, keynote speakers, delegates, university community, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Habari ya mchana. Asante. We are happy and grateful to God for helping us to reach this final day of the 14th EACA conference for the year 2024. That was hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, School of Journalism and Mass Communication. The preparations were quite intense, but we thank God it is a success. I would like to go straight to the program agenda and invite on stage the convener of the 14th EACA Conference 2024, Dr. Egbert Mkoko. A round of applause to him. He has been working tirelessly, making sure that correspondences are on time, emails are sent, everything is on time, and indeed, he is grateful to be here. Karibu, useme na sisi.
Dear participants for 2024 EACA conference. Mambo. Oh, you forgot how to respond, eh? Mambo. Mambo. This afternoon we go to the streets, eh? Then we will meet. So when they say mambo, just say poa. Okay. As the 2024 EACA conference draws to the close, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your participation and contribution during the conference. Your insightful discussions, valuable insights, as well as active engagement during the conference have made this conference very, very successful. Thank you so much. I hope that you have been found this conference intellectually stimulating and also personally enriching. As we are ending our conference, I encourage you, because we have some hours today and others for 2 or 3 days, I encourage you at least to take some time to explore the vibrant city of Dar es Salaam, to meet our Gen Z, at least to meet them and say mambo to them. Don't wait for them to say mambo to you. You have to say mambo, they say, okay, she or he is our colleague. So just go around Dar es Salaam at least to explore for a few minutes. But for those who are heading to Zanzibar tomorrow morning, I wish you a wonderful moment and a memorable trip. I'm sure you'll enjoy Zanzibar. You are going to enjoy. In Zanzibar, get ready to see beautiful beaches, cultural heritages, historical sites. I remember Ulimwengu told us in the morning here, and those who were discussing about Kiswahili the day before yesterday, somebody said that Kiswahili, you know, Kiswahili was born in Zanzibar actually, not Tanzania. Kiswahili was born in Zanzibar. in Tanzania mainland. Thereafter, Kiswahili traveled to Kenya. It died there. After that, the body was sent to Uganda and was buried there. Now you have to go to Zanzibar. Was born. So you'll enjoy Zanzibar. For those returning home, I wish you a safe journey back home. I'm sure you're going to tell them the beauties of Tanzania. But let me say one thing. I apologize for all shortcomings or any inconvenience that may have been encountered during your stay here in Tanzania, during your stay here in Dar es Salaam, and particularly during your stay here at the University of Dar es Salaam. I think after a few days, I will send to you a Google form so that to get your feedback. I hope you giving 2 announcements about Zanzibar Safari. It will be tomorrow morning. And I think Madam MC will give more details about it. Transportation. While we made efforts to arrange the transportation from airport and from hotels to the venue here, I argue, please help us to arrange for your own. Thank you so much. And so last, I look forward to welcoming you to another EACA conference next year. I'm sure not here in Tanzania, but it will be in a very beautiful university, a very Tanzania, very close Tanzania. But I don't know that country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, convener, Dr. Mkoko, for the greetings. Asante. Now, I would like to call Dean of the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, Dr. School has worked tirelessly also, spending sleepless nights, making sure that this conference is a success. As she approaches the podium, a round of applause to her. Dr. Mona, karibu sana.
Thank you very much. As I was coming up here, I just remember the Department of Creative Girls, and it was of the 7 days that we used to have, everybody was sobbing because we didn't want to leave. Family, we have laughed, we have had coffee, went. So coming to it like this, hey, Jamani, everybody with their tissues in their pocket, you are allowed to cry and then we give a few words. So I'm allowing all of us to just, take it in. But the good thing is we know next year we shall meet again somewhere beautiful, as Mkoko has said. Smile again and have that cup of coffee and visit different sites. So again, I would like to thank the guest of honor, Ms. Ruth Simba, who's representing the Secretary General of East African Community, Her Excellency Duva, and I also have to note that she's also a classmate of mine here at the University of Dar es Salaam. So it was You are Tanzanians. I mean, you're a family, and hopefully we'll continue to have this family together. Keynote speakers, others who are here, Amy and Ulimwengu. I know Ulimwengu came out and spoke his mind, and I think it's up to us to go and reflect on what he has said and how can we become better journalists, that we are able to speak the truth and speak to power, let it be government or commercial corporates. So we thank the panel discussion. I was not able to go to all, but I did go to a few, and they were very exciting. There were certain questions that people were asked and they had to say, so thank you for that. And I think this is what the conference is all about, sharing experiences, knowledge, and collaborating. I've met quite a number of you, and I have a lot of business card, and I'm sure I will call or WhatsApp as we do here in Tanzania, and hopefully we'll be able to create a long-lasting relationship as scholars, as practitioners. So I say thank you. I think Mkoko has said it. You know, sometimes you anticipate certain things and sometimes it doesn't happen. As he's already said, you know, we take full responsibility for anything that has happened during the 3 days conference, and do let us know in our evaluation so that we can make any other time a better conference. But then again, in terms of relationship, we can make better relationship. I thank you all, and I think as is always, you have to pass on we call it a stick, you know. So whoever will have this opportunity, please do revenge. As somebody would say, we shall revenge, so please do revenge. And we are here, and I want the best when you go back home. Let's all remember, you know, we are here as a community. We are here to foster relationship and to make this world in a media and communication landscape a better place. Thank you very much, and I will remember you all.
Thank you very much, Dean Mona. Before I invite a word from the EACA president, Professor Margaret Juko, allow me to bring on stage a group of dancers, students, who are from the Creative Arts Department of the University of Dar es Salaam. They performed on the first day when we were officiating the opening of this conference. And some of us really, really liked their performance and asked if they could also perform today. And here they are. A round of applause to them as they make their way in and be ready to perform. Karibuni sana. Moja kwa moja kwenye stage. Right after the performance, I'll invite the EACA president, Professor Margaret Juko. She's going to give a speech and then invite Ms. Ruth for the closing remarks. A dance group from the Creative Arts Department of the University of Salam. Now I would like to call to the podium EACA President, Professor Margaret Juko. A round of applause.
What a performance. In fact, I felt that I wanted to jump and maybe lose a few kilos, But then I also thought about my old bonds, and I thought maybe they would just pick me up there. But I want to start to empower this group. I don't know if Professor Musabailo wants to say something about it, or you will hand it over. So if you want to donate our young students here, please approach Professor Musabailo. Yeah. And I thank those who were able to put together very much. The guest of honor, who is representing the Secretary General of the East African Community, Ms. Ruth Mutoi. Members of the diplomatic corps, if we have them here, fellow delegates, professors, doctors, and members of the academic group in the sector of media. Sister Professor Lando brought the first EACA Africa. The first EACA. EACA is an international communication association. Convened it at Daystar University in Nairobi. That was 2016 or 2018. Activity. It was big and huge. So many delegates came all over the world, and we all converged at Nairobi. And Professor you the amount of gray hair that I have developed. So, and most of us over time have been, and it's not. So when I was having a cup of tea with the dean, Dr. There was gray. Then this morning, I also looked at the convener, and there was no stress, and there was no gray. So, but me, I have organized these eye bags. So when I was with I said, but every one of your team is very relaxed. And then she said, there's one thing that I told my team the previous day before we had the conference. She said, I just told them we have done a lot, we have done our best. So if things don't go the way we wanted them to go, no stress. And for me, that was a turning point. No stress. That was the word. So from the time we started registering there, we registered on Wednesday, each one of the organizing team, including students, including the secretariat, everyone was very, very relaxed. So from that perspective, against that background, I really want to thank the entire team at the University of Rwanda, starting from the senior administration. Because if you don't, did I say Rwanda? I am so hooked. I beg your pardon, the University of Dar es Salaam. If you don't have the blessing of the administration, then you are not going to achieve anything. So I want to start by thanking the senior chancellors here, and I hope the dean will deliver our thanks, the principals, the deans, because I discovered that this was put together by not only the School of Journalism and Communication, but by the entire community of the University of Dar es Salaam. So we thank you so much. We thank the entire organizing team, which was led by my former alumna. We went together at Rhodes University. He was doing his master's and I was doing my PhD. Dr. Mukoko, thank you very much. We forgot to introduce the members of the organizing team, but I think if they are here, I would ask them to get recognition. Please stand up. Yeah, and they have a special rest of time. I'm not going to talk about everything, because I think everything, if we are to award marks, we are giving you 100%. If we can't give even 1,000 out of 100, we can give it to you. In terms of the theme of the conference, Africa and the Global Dialogue on Media and Communication, from my own perspective, scholars, professors, doctors, and our students. And it was so impressive. We also had and it shows that we do have a future of experts in this profession. In terms of the presentation, I think we have brought home to Africa the Global Dialogue on Media and Communication, because we are represented from very many countries, a total of 23 countries. I think for me, this is so great. I want to thank the keynote speakers, the panelists, all the presenters, those who managed to be here. And I would like to make a small announcement that each one of you who presented a paper will get a certificate of presentation. And we have also recruited new members. We have recruited quite a number of new members, particularly from Ethiopia, from Tanzania, and of course we have a big number of members from Kenya. But the membership is growing, and I'm happy about that. And we are set out to do great things together. So please keep coming to these conferences. We will have our annual general meeting following this event, and every member is supposed to attend. And even non-members, if you want to know more about the association, please attend. Yeah, I think I can't leave this podium without thanking the service providers. You have done a great job. The food can't leave the podium without thanking our financial supporters. We have them here. We thanked them even during the opening session. And without support from these organizations, we can't hold such conferences. In the same way, without support from the convening institution, we can't get it done. So thank you very much. Before I invite the guest of honor, I want us to do an upload, which is in style, because we don't have much time. We normally do 20, but because we don't have much time, we will do 10. And the way we do it, we clap up to 10, then we go to 9, then we go to 8, and we come to 1. So please stand up, everybody. Been done the University of Dar es Salaam. I'm sorry, I know you are tired, but we will go 1, 2 up to 10, then 1, 2 up to 9, and it will go fast. Okay? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you very much. So those who are traveling tomorrow, today, up to Monday, I know some of us are traveling till Tuesday. I wish you journey masses. May I now invite our guest of honor, Ms. Ruth Mutoi Simba of the East African Community. Welcome, Madam. A round of applause.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruth Mutoi Simba. I'm representing the Secretary General of the East African Community, Her Excellency, Madame Veronica Nduva. So I'll be delivering her speech. But before I do that, I just wanted to know how many people know about the East African Community. Okay, at least I'm comforted. To the details of the East African Community, at least I am comfortable that a number of you know about the East African Community. Now, let me deliver the speech. Chairperson of EACA, the Dean, the convener, distinguished delegates, esteemed scholars, media practitioners, observed. Once again, good afternoon. As we gather to bring the 14th East African Communication Association Conference to a close, with a deep sense of honor and responsibility, I've been informed that over the past but also solidified the foundation upon which the media and communication sectors across our region will continue to flourish. Privilege and an honor to witness such a remarkable display of collaboration and shared commitment towards our shared goals. I would be remiss if I did not extend my deepest gratitude and mass communication of the University Dean. She has already told you that we were classmates in this same university. And our distinguished for this conference, the University of Dar es Salaam. The university has once again demonstrated its leadership within the academic and research communities by providing an environment conducive to rigorous intellectual discourse. Indeed, the facilities, organization, and warm hospitality, as I've heard previous speakers, have significantly contributed to the resounding success of this conference. The University of Dar es Salaam continues to stand as a beacon of teaching, research, and innovation in East Africa, and for that, we are truly. Ladies and gentlemen, the EACA is more than association. It is a crucial platform for fostering regional cooperation, enhancing communication strategies, and safeguarding media freedom across our region. Has served as a testament to EACA's unwavering commitment to these ideals. The East African community recognizes EACA as a vital instrument within our broader vision of regional integration. Under EACA's stewardship, the communication sector continues to play an indispensable role in uniting our people, fostering mutual understanding, facilitating innovation, borders, and promoting the spirit of East Africanness. And that's what East Africa stands for. Reflecting on the insightful discussions and deliberation that have transpired during this conference, it is essential to consider the current state of the media in East Africa. The media in our region remains a powerful force for promoting democracy, good governance, social cohesion, and economic development. Our citizens are informed, educated, and empowered through the process to engage actively in the democratic process and other socio-economic activities. However, we must also acknowledge the significant challenges that persist within the media landscapes in East Africa. I'm sure some of the previous speakers have spoken about the many challenges. Issues related to media freedom, the safety of journalists, access to information, and the impact of digital transformation continue to pose formidable obstacles. However, despite these challenges, there is much to commend across East Africa. We have witnessed a growing commitment to improve the quality and reach of the media. And in collaboration with civil society and international partners, governments have made commendable strides in enacting laws and policies that and enhance access to information. Digital media has further opened new avenues for communication, allowing for greater engagement with audiences and enabling a broader spectrum of voices to be heard. The East African community recognizes that a free, vibrant, and responsible media is indispensable to the success of a regional integration. The community shall remain steadfast in supporting initiatives that promote media freedom, protect the rights of journalists, and ensure that the media continues to serve as a cornerstone of democracy in the region. Our only concern as the community is the level of engagement that we've had with the EACA, or maybe the lack of. If I'm not wrong, this is the first time that the East African community is actively participating or getting involved in such a conference. And this, I think, it's something we need to discuss and talk about. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's conference, Africa and the Global Dialogue on Media and Communication, aligns perfectly with the mission of the East African community. Through dialogue, both within our region and ensure that our media sectors are well equipped to navigate the complexities of the modern world. And today I'm very glad to say that much as this is EACA, East Africa, but I see the participation has gone across East Africa and across Africa, actually. And this is very, very encouraging. Throughout this conference, we have witnessed the EACA embody this theme, bringing together diverse voices from across the region to discuss, debate, and develop strategies that will shape the future of media and communication in East Africa. The East African community is committed to supporting these efforts, recognizing that effective communication is fundamental to the success of regional integration objectives. The East African community is also committed to providing the necessary support to ensure that EACA continues to strive. We fully understand that the media and communication sectors are rapidly evolving, and we therefore have an obligation to ensure that the association is aptly positioned to respond to these changes. And as such, I think maybe we will need to have a discussion on how EACA can closely work with the East African community to ensure that the integration agenda is moved forward. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference has renewed the East African community's commitment to work closely with EACA to enhance the capacity of media professionals, promote ethical journalism, and support the development of communication strategies that reflect the diverse needs of our region. The East African community will continue to advocate for policies that safeguard media freedom, encourage innovation, and promote the free flow of information across our partner states and beyond. The discussions and decisions that you made during this conference mark the beginning of a renowned focus on the critical role of media and communication in our region. The EACA will be instrumental in translating the insights gained here into actionable strategies that will benefit all East Africans. We acknowledge that the media has a unique role in shaping public opinion, informing policy, and fostering cohesion among our people. As we continue to pursue our regional integration objectives, the EACA will be pivotal in ensuring that our communication strategies align with these goals and reflect our people's values and aspirations. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity on behalf of the Secretary General and the whole East African team to thank you sincerely, the participants, for your active engagement and invaluable contribution over the past few days, because whatever was discussed here will give a lot of impetus to the community in East Africa. Your efforts have ensured that this conference is a resounding success and laid the groundwork for the continued growth and development of our region's media and communication sectors. To our hosts, the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, University of Dar es Salaam, and the people of Tanzania, thank you for your warm hospitality and providing a conducive environment for meaningful dialogue and collaboration. So as we conclude the 14th EACA conference, let us collaboration and innovation that has characterized the discussions that you had. The East African community remains resolute in its support for we continue to work towards a more integrated, informed, and prosperous community. I thank you so much and wish all of you who will be traveling safe travels back home. And please continue to be vigilant and uphold the professionalism that you have. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, dear guest of honor, Ms. Ruth Mtui, for officially closing the 14th EACA conference for the year 2024. A round of applause. Thank you. Allow me to invite, on behalf of all the delegates, one representative to come and give a word of thanks. And this is Sister Professor Lando, and she's going to give a word of thanks on behalf of all the delegates. A round of applause as she approaches the podium.
I know I'm standing between us and lunch, so I'll give you appetizer quickly. As introduced, I'm Sister Professor Agnes Lucy Lando from Daystar University, Nairobi, Kenya, Professor of Media and Communication. Guest of honor, Madam Ruth Mtoi, representing the Secretary General of the East African Community, Her Excellency, Madam Veronica Nduva. Our greetings to her, please. Dean of the hosting school, School of Journalism and Mass Communication of the University of Dar es Salaam, Dr. Mona Mwalinga. The EACA President, Professor Margaret Juko, and the 2024 EACA conference delegates, and with all protocols observed. Good afternoon. Matthew 24:42, that's from the Bible, says that we need to be ready at all the time. I wasn't prepared for this, so I'm trying to be ready at all the time. So next time you go for any conference, just be ready. You could be picked to do some stuff, and you just need to be ready. So thank you for this opportunity. I want to start by thanking the Almighty God for making it possible for us to convene here. I have not heard of any crisis. I have not seen the stress on the dean or the stress on the convener. So thank the Almighty God for making it EACA for having a wonderful team. You know, you can be that has but hosted at Daystar University. So we thank you. We thank you for the support of the leadership presence in this auditorium, and seeing her move to the cafeteria, to the breakaway sessions, talking to delegates at the reception. It is huge. So we thank you, Dr. Mukoko. We thank Dr. Mona. Thank you, Madam, for you, Madam, convey our gratitude to the university leadership. You only need a word from the VC to say, not in my university, and that kills it, isn't it? Yes, so we thank from down going up, we thank the VC, we thank the DVCs, and we thank every part of administration for supporting us to this point. One thing you did that we cannot go away without appreciating is you put everything in place so that to make us feel comfortable and enjoy the conference. Number one, weather. You made sure the weather is good. Not hot, not cold, just the right weather. Once you go away, you can call the coordination, the selection of papers, the meals. I had many delegates saying, okay, sorry for overhearing your conversations, but many delegates said, "Hapa Tanzania tujiachilie tu, tujinice, let's just eat. We will go to the gym when we go back to our respective countries." The food was delicious. The serving is super. The ushers are well-mannered, well-trained. Even if they're in front of you, they give you way. I was like, where did these guys train? We have a lot to learn from you. We appreciate. Just for the University of Dar es Salaam, I want to ask you to clap according to my rhythm, because we are clapping from the usher to the VC. No. Instructions, you clap, this side you clap. This side you clap, this side you clap. So let's try. Here, according to the speed, you clap once. Thank you. That is for the University of Dar es Salaam. And this university is historic because many of us appreciate the history. Our people trained here, and we are glad to be back here. The choir. Wow, the university choir. Ooh. Super. That choir is super. Just because we lack a different word to use, but you are second to none. Nice voices, natural, you know, these things of, no, not. We congratulate you and pray that you continue to produce candas which you can buy and also play back when you get to our respective homes. If you have them, we'd be glad to buy some. We don't do them anymore. We can just look with our eyes. As we are doing that contribution, I hope the contribution is both for the choir and for the artists. So we don't want to leave trouble behind. Sisi watu ni wa amani, alivyosema ulimwengu leo mapema. I would like to thank the caterers. Caterers are people who can let you down and embarrass you. But they have done good. The food is nice, delicious, and on time, and enough. Nobody is missing food. Even cashew nuts we ate yesterday, we carried some on serviette, sorry for that. But would like to appreciate the media both from the University of Dar es Salaam, but also media externally that has come to cover the event. How can communication scholars and researchers from the Eastern and there is no media? Talking about that, we also want to thank the students who have been invited in one way or another to present papers, but to make sure that the conference runs. This, the University of Dar es Salaam, and under the leadership of the Dean, this is what we call practicals. Practicals don't have to be there. They don't have to go to TBC. They can do TBC here. And given the students an opportunity to learn and to practice what they have been learning. To the delegates, now if they prepare good food, good conference hall, good media, and there are no delegates, no papers, it's not a conference. Want to salute every delegate who came to participate. Conference has been there's it. The problem is this: the next country that's going to host the conference wanatetemeka. They are saying, can we match? Can we even reach there? It is not easy, but you have done it. But you've not done it alone. That's why the East African community, the government, every coffee. Now, back home in Kenya, when you have been given a task such as this one, and you are not sure whether you have covered everybody, you say, you go to what we call others, yani wengine. EAC is not by name. We have been able to see you and to feel you. I saw some people fidgeting when you started asking who knows about East African community. Some were thinking that now you are going to ask how many countries? Yes, Professor. Thank you for not going there. But we are happy with your presence, because your presence here means an endorsement of what we are doing, and that together we are working for the EAC and beyond, because the delegates are from the EAC and beyond. So we thank you and ask that you convey our gratitude to EAC, and the next time the next country invites them, please, EAC, come along. Let us continue working together. Finally, serikali ya Tanzania, I was going to say the United Republic of Tanzania in Kiswahili. Ni serikali, Jamhuri ya Tanzania. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to meet here. We have seen representation from the government here. I was happy to meet my ambassador here. Kumbe, we work together. Even if you are in a different country, the different embassies can come together to support a cause. We are very happy and pray that that collaboration proceeds. So now, finally, to my others. If I have not mentioned you by name or by group, President of EACA did not mention you by name or by group, neither did the MC do that. It is not because you are less important, because others. Others. So that we do not forget everybody. We want to thank everyone, all the others, who in one way or another have immensely contributed to the success of this conference. Others, thank you very much. Now, my charge to the delegates. As we leave, we are praying for journey mercies. May the good Lord grant all of us safe travel to our respective destinations. But this discussion on Africa and the global dialogue on media and communication should not end here, because EAC has declared this conference officially closed. Can we have the discussion ongoing? Can we publish papers? Can we present them in other conferences? Publish or perish, but also be careful as you publish, because you can also publish and perish. So we encourage you that the conversation goes on. Finally, thank you for the opportunity to move the vote of thanks. May the good Lord bless us all and grant us journey mercies. Asanteni na Mungu awabariki.
Thank you very much, Sister Professor Lando, for beautiful words. Now we are quickly moving into a photo session. We are only going to have 2 photos. One is for the high table and the next one is for the organizing committee. Please, organizing committee, be ready as I invite to the stage Ms. Ruth Ntui, together with the EACA President and Madam Dean and Convener, and our keynote speakers, Professor Kale and Professor Ulamaya, for the photo. This is the first photo, and the second photo is with the organizing committee. Please be here. Organizing committee, please. And after the photos, we will be breaking for lunch at the lounge room, and then reconvene in this very same auditorium for the EACA members who are going to attend the annual general meeting. That is the first photo. And Ashes, yes? Ashes and the media team. Ashes and the media team, please. I would also want to bring two announcements before we go for lunch. Ashes and the media team, please. Bring to your attention that after the lunch, 2 buses will be available to take the non-EACA members back to their hotels, and the other 2 buses will also be present after the conference, after the meeting, the general meeting, to take the EACA members back to their hotels. And those who are going to Zanzibar tomorrow, the buses will pick you to your respective hotels at 5 a.m. in the morning. And you will also be dropped back to your respective hotels once we arrive back from Zanzibar. Very much. Yeah. Yes. Thank you all very much, and see you next time. Karibuni sana kwa ajili ya chakula.
Everything is great, everything is perfect, everything is okay. We thank Almighty God for this conference to be successful. We thank Almighty God for making this conference one among of the best conference here in Tanzania, in Dar es Salaam, concerning the issues of mass communication, journalism, media practitioners all over the world who are meeting here to Dar es Salaam to ensure that they're showcasing their perspective, they're showcasing their research and finding to ensure that the media industry have been going. And we want to make a close remarks on this conference here in Dar es Salaam, hosted by the School of Journalism and Mass Communication. My name is Nyamguma Mahmoud, and we're going to make some conversation with some of participants here. Remember that more than 300 participants all over the world from more than 20 countries are here in Dar es Salaam to ensure that this conference has been successful. I have one among of the participants here. Welcome, madam.
Thank you. Thank you.
What's the name?
I'm Professor Eliza Govender from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Durban, South Africa.
What's so special you find in this conference here in Tanzania?
Okay, for me this has been one of the best conferences I've attended, and I've attended many conferences throughout the world. I'm quite active in communication, and I've just attended the conference in New Zealand, Christchurch, but this for me was absolutely spectacular. It's really been very professional, very critical engagement, a lot of global dialogue on the role of media and communication in South Africa and in different countries, in 23 countries. I think it's been very informative.
Well, the product of this conference is the presentation of various findings and research concerning the new vital skills and issues what is going on in the media and communication industry. Do you think that what it can add to the professionalism on concerning the media and communication in Africa?
Definitely. I think there's been quite a diverse topics that has been covered across the program. I quite appreciated the mix of professional as well as academics. I think it's been an incredible diversity of emerging academics as well as established academics. I particularly liked having journalism in practice, communication in practice, but also academics from diverse universities sharing their experiences. So I think it's been a rounded conference in terms of its diversity from the professional and academic sector.
What can you comment concerning this conference?
Okay, I think bringing in a global dialogue is very important. I particularly liked the global dialogue around crisis communication. Particular presentation looked at a health communication perspective, and I think that diversity in terms of Africa is really doing well in terms of media and communication, and I think that this particular case the expertise on the continent.
Thank you so much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Do you want to go to Zanzibar?
I love to. I'm going tomorrow. Can't wait, actually. Looking forward to it. It's also one of the highlights. But also I'd like to take the opportunity to really say thank you to the conference organizers. It's really been one of the best conferences, well coordinated, professionalism on another level. You've really blown my expectations. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Welcome. Yeah, this is all about the conference, and as she told you that this is among of the best and professional conference have been even doing in this conference, the EACA conferences here in Tanzania. So welcome, madam.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and how are you doing?
Yeah, what's your name and where do you come from?
My name is Professor Ruth Tomaselli, and I come from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I'm a retired professor. I live in Cape Town, but I continue to work with the team in KwaZulu-Natal.
What's so special you find this conference, the 14th EACA conference here in Tanzania?
My fourth EACA conference, so I do know a lot of the community. I work with the University of the Ugandan Christian University and the University of Rwanda, so I know a lot of the people here. A lot of my students are here, students from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, because we have students from both Uganda and Rwanda who are master students, and a lot of our alumni are here, which is really nice. So I'm seeing people who are now lecturers, senior lecturers, associate professors who came through the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So our connection with this area has been long and very fruitful, and it's just wonderful to see how people evolve and mature and are able to become mentors in their own right. And so I think that that's been really, really fruitful for me and really makes me feel very good.
Professionally and academical, what do you gain from this conference?
I didn't even present a paper today or this days. Why I really came was firstly for the networking, to meet other people. As I say, I'm a retired professor now, so I don't really need your that's for me very exciting.
One comment concerning the East African Association EACA conference here in Dar es Salaam.
The cashew nuts were divine.
Do you plan to go to Zanzibar?
Yes, I'm going to Zanzibar tomorrow. But it's seriously, on a more serious note, I think that the organization was just superb. I've organized conferences many times, and I know the back work that goes into having everything just happen as if it was natural. So nothing is natural about this. This is all just hard. Thank you.
Yeah, this is our retired professor from the University of Zulu-Natal, and we have our own version from the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, Jackson Gilbert, and we wish to discuss a little bit with him and to have a concern concerning the conference. Welcome, Mr. Gilbert.
Thank you very much, Nyamgum.
You are among of the, once we talk, we have a discussion in the morning. We say that we are among of the youngest presenter in this conference. How do you feel yourself to be one among of the presenter in this big and huge conference with a global picture or global dimension concerning the media and communication?
I feel very comfortable, and I am thinking that this is one of the best conference ever, because I have to present. As you can see, a lot of professors here. You can see a lot of doctors from different universities, from UK, from USA, from Africa and other areas in the world. So for me, it's very honor. I'm very great to be here, and I think this is one of the notable conference ever.
Okay, so in other way, what during your presentation, what comments or recommendation do you got from the people who have been listening to you?
Okay, something that I would like to say, I have to thank God, because I have received constructive criticism, but also I have received congratulations for what I have presented, and people were excited because my topic was somehow very powerful and very important as part and parcel of media discourse, representation, yeah, and all about media. So
what's your plan after this conference? What's your plan after this conference here in Tanzania?
So my plan is to make my project successful, because it is ongoing process and I need it to be successful, because I have presented about the promotion of boxing in Tanzania, an assessment of boxing stakeholders' perception toward establishing a voted boxing channel. So my plan is to make sure that we have that channel. So I want to see the channel in Tanzania. That is my plan.
Wish all the best and thank you.
Thank you very much.
This is Jackson Gilbert from the University of Dar es Salaam, our own version from the School of Journalism and Mass Communication. And also we have our own doctor, also the lecturer from the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, Dr. Elisha Magolanga. Doctor, welcome.
Thank you.
So you want to switch? Oh, we can continue. Okay. So how do you find the conference? What's your comment concerning the conference? And as we consider you are among of the people who have been working tireless to ensure that this conference was successful.
We have a great day, 3 days of EACA conference here. We met a lot of people from different countries, almost 25 countries, but we collected more than 200 abstracts. And however, some of people, they didn't show up, but more than 150 papers has been presented in different auditorium. The organization went well in every sector, for transportation, when you go to the accommodation, all of this. We thank God it went well.
Concerning the conference, diverse of topics have been presented from the different scholars across the globe, and one among of the things that have been discussed a lot is concerning the emerging technology of AI and something like that. Do you think that this presentation or this paper have been presented can contribute positively to the development of the industry in Africa and even in the globe?
Indeed. Now the debate of AI is not whether to use or not. The debate is how to regulate. We have seen a lot of presentation. They are talking about policies, talking about the framework to regulate. They are talking about what about copyrights. They are talking about the privacy. All of these things are to be in table. So we have a good time to discuss all this challenge of emerging technology. This pass will be the roadmap for the maybe governments or policymakers to see on how they can utilize this kind of technology to make sure we have a sustainable media industry, but also to show that the technology is not behind us. I think it is high time now to adapt, but adapting this you also need to have a policy and the legal framework too.
Lastly, as among of the presenter, among of the preparation committee, and one among of the scholars who have been attending and participating in this East African Communication Association conference, what's your comment concerning the conference?
It has been super. I have experience in different countries, attending a lot of these conferences, academic conferences and symposiums, but it has been more great. Proud of ourselves, but thanks for the University of Dar es Salaam management, thanks for our Dean of the School of Journalism, thanks for the convener and the organizing team, thanks for the media team. I thank every sector, every committee which was involved in this preparation.
Thank you, Doctor, and wish you all the best in your memorable trip.
Thank you.
This is Dr. Elisha Magolanga, one among of the preparatory team from from this East African Communication EACA conference. And once we have been starting this, I have my colleague, Sakina Chambulilo, and we are here to ensure that we conclude this conference officially through our live session, live streaming through our online channel, YouTube, at Mlimani TV, UDSM, also in our social media platform. I know you have gained a lot of things. You have get a lot of insight, a lot of knowledge, a lot of constructive things and thoughts that have been make you to be one among of the people who have been looking things in different perspective and different dimensions. Sakina Chambulilo, how do you find the conference since its beginning on Wednesday and up to now is going to an end on Friday?
Absolutely, it was amazing and it was full of learning opportunity in media and communication industry. I'm so open-minded to gain more skills, and I promise the organizers and everybody in media and communications industry that I will go and use these skills in my practice. And I'm so excited. We started this conference on Wednesday, the 28th yes, of August, on Wednesday, and today the last day. So we're so excited, and and inspiration shared by the greatest mind of the African scholars, researchers, lecturers, and media expertise. They are very, very great, actually.
During the conference, one among of the things that have been observed or have been catching me a lot, once the General Ulimwengu said that nowadays journalists has not doing their journalistic work. rather than do PR. What's coming in your mind once someone remembered you about the East African Communication Association conference?
Following up to what General Ulimwengu said, I think journalists should stick on the objectives of being a journalist, should stick on the rules, yeah? The laws, the principles of journalism. So they should be objective, they should be fair, they should balance, and they should be independent. They should not base on one side when presenting their work. Sum up the conference, what you can tell? I can tell that this is the beginning of good and many more impactful things that our researchers and experts have brought out. And we have seen the use of science and technology, the use of AI in developing different things. And how are we going to use this innovation, these tools? So we have to learn, we have to explore, we have to have an open mind in the media and communication industry so that we can adjust and move on to the future that we are looking for.
We have not much to say concerning this conference, and we reached to an end of this 14th East African Communication Conference 2024 here in the University of Dar es Salaam, officially hosted by the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, with the themes Africa and the Global Dialogue in Media and Communication. Saying so, my name is Nyamguma Mahmoud. I was with my colleague Sakina Chambulilo, and wish you all the best. Keep on watching Mlimani TV UDSM.
Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 24, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never silence. Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 24, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never silence. UDSM and JMC, welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 24, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Zanzibar. Never silence. Turkey.
Moja kati ya watu ambao wametoa mada siku hii ya leo katika mkutano huu wa EACA Conference 2024, mkutano kama mawasiliano na habari, ni Generali Ulimwengu, moja kati ya wanahabari nguli kutoka nchini Tanzania. Generali, hongera sana kwa mada nzuri sana.
Asante sana.
Kwa nini ilikusukuma na imekuwa ni rahisi kwako kuweza kuzungumzia mada hii ya wanahabari wa kiutafiti, hasa katika mkutano mkubwa kama huu wa wanahabari?
Hii ni wajibu wangu kuzungumzia masuala kama hayo yanayohusu wanahabari. Nimealikwa, nimepewa mada ya kuzungumzia, ni wanahabari wa kiutafiti, wa kiuchunguzi, na mimi ndio nikakubali kwamba nitafanya hiyo kazi. Kwa hiyo ni wajibu wangu kwa kweli. Nilikuwa natimiza wajibu bila zaidi ya hapo.
Pengo liko wapi hasa nchini Tanzania katika kufanya na kutekeleza wajibu wetu sisi kama wanahabari, hasa katika kufanya habari za kiuchunguzi na kuweza kuwa na matokeo ambayo yanaenda kugusa jamii moja kwa moja? Kuna
matatizo kadhaa. Moja wapo ni kwamba ule utashi wa kujituma ni kidogo sana. Lakini vile vile unaangalia kwamba kuna tatizo la uwezo. Je, wanahabari wetu wana uwezo wa kufanya utafiti? Je, wanaweza wakakaa na story wanaichunguza kwa muda wa miezi miwili, watakula nini? Kama hawana ile support ya kuweza kuwasukuma na kuwahifadhi na kuwalisha na waweze kufanya kazi yao kwa muda, kwa sababu habari za kiuchunguzi zinachukua muda. Sio habari ya kusikiliza mtu mmoja tukazungumza hadharani unakwenda kuandika. Inabidi uende uchimbe, upate hasa. Kwa mfano kama kuna tatizo lolote la kijamii, tatizo kama utapiamlo katika eneo fulani la Tanzania, unaona dalili za utapiamlo lakini hujui kwa nini linatokea vile. Unahitaji uende kule uangalie jamii hii inaishi namna gani, hawa watoto wanalishwa na kina nani, chakula na ufanye hivyo, na shule zinaendeshwa namna gani. Ni shughuli ambayo itakuchukua labda mwezi mzima. Hujapata mshahara, hujapata malipo ya kazi uliyofanya, na unategemea kwamba labda utapata malipo yako baada ya kuwa umefanya hiyo kazi, kama ni shirika ambalo limekutuma au vipi. Tatizo lolote lile ambalo linahitaji uchunguzi wa kina linachukua muda. Inawezekana kwamba hatuna mifumo ya kuwaweka hawa watu na wakaishi maisha mazuri, ili watufanyie kazi wakiwa na raha, wakiwa na furaha vile vile, wakiwa na uhakika wa kesho yao itakuwaje.
Kwa kumalizia, swala la akili mnemba limetawala sana katika tafiti ambazo zimewasilishwa. Tunazungumzia kuhusiana na habari za uchunguzi, lakini pia sasa hivi tupo katika dunia ambayo mabadiliko ya teknolojia yanashuhudiwa ya wazi, ikiwemo swala la akili mnemba. Kutumia akili mnemba kwa usahihi ili kuweza kukamilisha habari zao hata kama ni za kiuchunguzi na kuwa na matokeo chanya ya jamii.
Ni vizuri kutumia teknolojia ambayo ulionayo wakati wote. Miaka 30 iliyopita tulianza kuona kompyuta zinaingia katika vyumba vya habari, na watu wengine wakawa wanashtuka na wazoea typewriter. Sasa hivi kompyuta ni jambo la kawaida kabisa. Kuna watu wanasema kabisa hiyo mashine hiyo itapotosha hiyo habari unaandika kabisa. Watu wamesoma, wametoka chuo kikuu, lakini bado wana tatizo, wana mchecheto ya kompyuta. Na hii vile vile itakuja. AI kwa mfano itakupa matatizo makubwa sana. Wakati mwingine inabidi uwe mwangalifu sana ni nini hasa unachukua kwenye AI na jinsi gani unavyoidodosa, na mpaka upate mahala ukiona kwamba labda kuna shaka, achana nayo. Katika swala hilo achana nayo, jaribu kitu kingine. Kwa sababu mimi nimejaribu mara nyingi tu, lakini mara nyingi nimepata majibu mazuri ambayo yanaridhisha. Ukiyafanyia kazi yananyooka, yanakaa vizuri, na ulikuwepo, nilikuwa kijana, kwa sababu haya mambo, haya maneno, majina nayotafuta na yajua. Kwa hiyo hichi ninachoambia si sawa. Lakini sasa kama hujui inakuwaje? Kama ni kijana tu wajuzi, umezaliwa miaka 20 iliyopita, inakuwaje sasa? Kwa hiyo ni kutumia selectively sana na tusitarajie tujibie kila kitu. Inakupa mwelekeo aina fulani, uende hivi na hivi na kadhalika. Kama hujaelewa vizuri au kama majibu hayakunyoka, uliza maswali mengine, lakini usikimbie. Hiyo ndio inakuja hiyo. Inakuja na imeshafika hiyo.
Shukrani sana.
Asante.